Good morning, everybody. There's a live audio. All right. Hey guys, what's up? Well, teeth for Moana. Yeah, bit choppy this morning. I think the market's down just a touch. Yeah, market opening up at about 443. The big fall off overnight. Oh, Nvidia. Does Nvidia have earnings today? Any sleep last night? A little bit, yeah. Overnight SLD? Could have been. Last night? Oh, okay. I'm not growing my hair out. I'm just not getting it cut. Ouchie down downs anyway. I've developed a theory. Yesterday, you single-handedly prevented MOASS. RC's tweeted directly to you to employ Guybrush to assist the stock. Your failure to comply has angered the sweet lady VWAP. Shame. Shame. Don't you fucking shame me. There's still time to rectify your mistake. Guybrush for MOASS. Let's fucking go. I don't think today's gonna be that great of a day. I was looking back over like our historic TTM signals before these runs. And while this signal currently does look a lot like last January or May, on both of those, today's kind of a bit of a day of consolidation. Additionally, that we have very few FTDs today. Net short volume for December 31st was 29%, some of our lowest ever. All year, actually. And then market maker FTDs are only like 700 something. So yeah, not a lot of FTDs. We were up a little bit yesterday, but like what 1% or something. So ding ding, by the way. I think maybe we see another test of 130 today. I'm not sure what would push us up there besides the large amount of call buying going on. But I expect the FTDs to get settled pretty quick. If the market comes up, that could help us. So we'll be paying attention to that, I guess. And then what's XRT doing? Ouch. Or just MOASS? What the fuck is this? We'll see if they pre-hedge. Even in November, today was kind of stagnant. They did most of the hedging on Friday. So today was in November's run. Today was up, but it wasn't up a lot, right? It was, I think, 3% over the whole day. Volume was a little elevated, but our pre-market volume is only like 4,000. So and barely any opening volume also. Bullard is speaking now, making the spy sad. That fucking son of a bitch. speaking right now? Dude, I swear to God, that guy works at the fucking short hedge funds. My notes for November say the best entry was Thursday at like 3 p.m. I think we were down most of the day. I had a run toward the end, and that continued through Friday. Well, we have downside support here at like 126, and then max pain's here at 125, which has been pushed up by all the like short-term call buying. And then I think below this we have 123. But hopefully we just resist the whatever the market trend is, right? Did you do a short review of the new FTD data? We haven't processed it all yet. That's on the BTC dump. Has it been all that extreme? I mean, this looks like fairly normal accumulation. Probably stabilize in this range. Maybe towards the high side, like 42.5. I don't have a lot of thoughts on it other than that, I guess. Buying weekly options is like betting on horse races. Pretty close. If you sell CCs, do you aim to enter new weeklies on Friday, the week before, or wait until Monday the same week? That depends on if I think it's going to move overnight. You know, you can get burned pretty hard if there's like a pre-market move on Monday. With GameStop, usually I just wait till the next, like the following Monday. Sometimes I'll buy them Friday at close. Be able to process FTD data if you had an Intel processor. I'm not the one doing it. Rip Palantir. I told you guys they didn't make money. Reddit SS of the Jan FTD data is flawed. So, I mean, it just appears to also contain the February 1st through 14th data as well. Markets closed Monday, yes. Super chat? Oh. 10 months of boofing and milking the bull mayo. Where my bounty at, Kenny? Time to walk the plank, you scurvy dog. Thanks, Captain Dan Blackrock. I appreciate it, man. Steve-O, dude, thank you so much for becoming a pigeon whale, man. Hit me up on the Discord if you're not already part of the country club, and I will get you added. Need to... Where's my pigeon whales? There we go.
It's a motherfucking pigeon whale.
No, I don't like hot drinks.
$100 a month supporting Pi 5 stream. Pigeon whales cool and the profits don't stop. Praise be to that pretty lady named V.
Why isn't the video going down so hard? I don't know.
But most likely,
people are selling it. Jimmy Eric is a horrible name for a global brand. Not sure where the post on SS thinks that stores owned by GameStop would fit under that name.
Not to be selling cover calls like movement because that's fucking rough. Once the day comes when GameStop finally leaves the stratosphere, we'll all be pigeon whales.
Oh yeah, I own a shitload of Palantir. I have 1,000 shares and 50 leaps.
Not a cult.
At a cost basis of like 17. It's a big bag of shit. They're not all winners. 10 months. When's the channel turning 1? When did we start doing this? May? April? Yeah, April. Thank you so much, Lars. Have your butler hit up my BlackRock intern in the Discord and we'll get your team all set up. Palantir might not be profitable, but selling CCs on it is looking pretty profitable. I mean, that's what I do with it, but... Did you buy them during the WSM Mania in 2020? No, I bought them this year. Or, well, not this year, last year, 2021. Bad NVIDIA earnings dragging down AMD with it. I mean, the SPYs just didn't have a good morning, so nothing's really looking too great. AMD's climbing back. It had a little slip overnight. My position on AMD is really weird right now. I don't know. I have these big bags that I'm carrying up at 145, but they were like free essentially. I had 135s leaps that I sold, and I kept the 145s. So I hope at some point this year it goes back up. Do you sell weekly or monthlies on Palantirs? Actually on Palantir, I think I sell them like 45 DTE. So the Opex coming up next week. If we keep seeing ups into end of week, we should speculate less ups during Opex. That's a thing. Big profits on these weeklies. Guess we'll see how we consolidate. Do you think we can reach 180 during OPEX and get rejected at that price? I mean, I think our gamma max is still around like 160, so 150, 160. So no, I mean, it doesn't look good right now. For a test of 180, it's possible, but How much money is a shit ton of money for you? I don't know. There's like a psychology element to that, right? Like if I'm confident and I like the position, then I don't feel like I have too much money in it. But if it's just a pile of shit and I'm unhappy with it, then I'm gonna feel like it's way too much. Like I like my GME position and I'm like way fucking overextended into that. RC literally tweeted a Jolly Roger and you still refuse to manipulate the stock with Guybrush. Shame. Ah, Jesus Christ, where is he? That's not him. Is that him? No. Are you satisfied, JC? Expirations tomorrow. What was Gamma Max back in August and November? Let me check it out. So in August, we moved slightly above Gamma Max. Gamma Max was at well, on the run up, Gamma Max was at about 200. So we went about $20 above it before we kind of lost all velocity. November, it was at like 230. So we went November 3rd, it was at like 230. And then November 23rd, it was 22nd, 23rd. It looks like it was at around is that I want to say it's like 225. It's really hard to tell on Yelio's chart here. Maybe I can see it better here. Yeah, it was around 225. What the fuck's the Opex? It's the ETF index option quarterly options expiry, which happens tomorrow. So if our Gamma Max is 150, previous cycles indicate we could hit as high as like 160, 170. About $20 range above it. But the thing is if that drives FOMO, if the move drives FOMO, then Gamma Max will move up, right? As out of the money calls are purchased, it drives Gamma Maximum up. What are your thoughts on leaps on CCJ for uranium squeeze? You might as well just buy the stock. It's going to be a lot longer than what leaps cover, I think. 3 to 5 years. And then, sorry, I missed the other one there, and that's quick. I might be a bit confused on this, but I thought with Opex, the higher the prices going into expiry, the more they have to cover afterwards. You just mentioned that if we go up into Friday, that'll reduce the extent of the Opex run. So for Opex, the higher the price during the previous cycle, so the higher the sustained price, which, you know, isn't super great. We did make back some of it, but the higher the sustained price, generally the higher this run is capable of going. But that more has to do with like the floor that we start from, right? We're starting at a much lower floor right now. In November, we saw them cover. If you look here, in November, we saw them hedge in advance of the run, right? This run up. And what that does is it reduces the amount of like volume and volatility that we experience. So even though like the price, like the realized price up here at like 250, 255 was about what we expected off of the run. We did it on very low volume, and this is kind of what tripped people up, is we were expecting this big volatile event, but because they hedged in advance, and spread that exposure out over several days, we didn't really see that kind of like same run like we saw in August, right, where it was just, you know, straight up. After Opex, will we drop another time if we don't squeeze? Yeah. I know you want to temper expectations. How do we get from here to MOASS? Other people are super bullish on this being MOASS. FOMO? Either the extent of the exposure is far greater and FTDs continue out through the cycle. They get an entropy swap in place, or they don't, but have to roll forward futures. And we can carry past this Opex window and continue to move up. That's a different story. But we haven't seen this happen since last May. So the confidence in it isn't, for me at least, isn't high. I mean, it's possible, right? It's our alternate cycle. There are two. There's either they fail to roll and the price comes down, or they roll and the price goes up, right? And that'll be moving into, let me draw that because I should probably have that on here. 310 out here. But that means we have to continue going up past the Opex date, which we haven't done for the last 2 quarters, right? November, immediately on the Opex date, we failed and dropped. August, you know, we ran a little, mostly from just options exposure. And then once that was covered, we came back down before September 10th when the CME rollover was done. But like in June and last March, we kept running, right? So you see our Opex date here and here. These are our Opex. And then we just kept continuing up, right? Into the futures rollover date, which was here. Thanks, GJDT2. I appreciate it, man. Fuck, I should have kept some E-minis. What did Bullard say? I gotta look this up. Hold on. Okay, so This is interesting. So the Fed's coming out and calling for, saying they have no intention of moving forward with the rate hike. And then Bullard's running around doing fucking interviews and telling everybody he wants to push the time frame up. Where the fuck is J-Pow? Why are they interviewing this asshole? Does T+2 for Opex expiry mean Tuesday into Wednesday morning, or is it pushed back for a day because of the holiday? I forget if it's market or calendar days. It's T+2 is market days. The 35 is calendar days from Reg T, 35C. So T+2 for this is separate from this because this has nothing to do with FTDs. This is just T+2 for the market maker to cover. If the pattern follows, maybe we'll hit 170, 180 after all as a stretch possibility. Yeah, that's kind of how I see it. 200 looks very unlikely to me right now. So yeah, next week they'll have Popcorn Trader. Sorry, they'll have till Thursday morning. Because of Guybrush. Who promised you MOASS? We may see some of it tomorrow if they hedge in advance, SD. If we don't really see any price performance tomorrow, then yeah, the majority of the move will be next week. In November, Friday on the 19th, we went up $30, I believe, from like open close. And then, you know, the next week into Opex, we only saw we peaked $25 higher than that. In August, we went up, you know, what, $70 in like one day. So it'll depend how it's divided up. If we see the price action occurring, you know, if we see price action tomorrow, then I would expect less next week. When you say FOMO in this case, do you mean institution or retail? I mean either one. Yeah, IJH is one of the bigger GME ETFs. I keep searching for these tickers: Opex, SSR, CNS, BOOF, and I can't seem to find any of them. Please show me how I can invest in these securities. What's up, Dominic? What's the date range for Opex? The 22nd through... It's Thursday. Thursday's the 24th, right? Yeah, because Monday's the holiday. So this is the T+2. Right now, today and tomorrow, 17th and 18th, we can see hedging. But I mean, we're moving up today, but not a lot. I don't expect today to be super exciting in any way. FTDs are crazy low. We barely have any gamma exposure from yesterday's run. I mean, we're only up like 1% or something. So yeah, I expect today to be pretty slow. Maybe if we're lucky, topping out at like 130, maybe a little higher on a bounce and then back down. Tomorrow could be interesting though. Tomorrow we'll be looking for price improvement due to pre-hedging. So if they start hedging that delta exposure tomorrow, we could see some big moves. Thoughts on Bob Smith's March 1st FTDs? Not too sure about him. I'm not sure they're counted correctly. I've been over this with Bob a few times, but I think the way that they're counting the ETF FTDs is off. I think the ETF FTDs are primarily cash settled, and so that's why we see that like T plus 9 plus 35, and I don't think they're he's counting them that way. According to TA, we will run today. I mean, our ADX looks okay. It's mixed. It's like a mixed bag. Not on this fucking volume, we're not. When are you looking to add the last of your Opex position? Probably tomorrow, just because the Monday holiday. NVIDIA shot the bed with earnings. I have my first option, April 14th, 125. Just wondering how people decide when to sell, if not take the shares. I'm already 2x, but still so much time left before expiry. I mean, generally we wait for like a run. That's what we're looking for with these call options, is like a volatile move to the upside that spikes IV, like an IV spike, essentially. Those usually occur quarterly, sometimes with the FTDs in between. I just put a put and a call in the chain at the same strike and expiration date. It's called a synthetic. It seems never seen it before. How does it work? How can it be profitable or a loss? Are you taking like a synthetic short position? JB? Or synthetic long? How much power does Bullard have? Judging the impact he has on the SPY, he should have quite a lot, but JPOW is the boss. It's confusing. Yeah, it is. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I'm guessing that Bullard is far more influenced politically than JPOW to raise rates, and so he's going around and pushing a rate raise narrative, even though the Fed officially has come out and said no. Yeah, so the pre-hedging of Opex has to do with however they want to handle exposure the following week, right? So if they're pre-hedging, they're doing it to reduce volatility, most likely. If they can dilute, so if they can dilute the hedging across multiple days, or the covering, right? And that's essentially what pre-hedging does, even though it drives a little more interest into these 2 days. right? Because they're hedging in advance and driving all these extra contracts in the money. It still reduces the overall momentum that can be gained from these two. And I think part of the reason this strategy is employed, this pre-hedge, is because they don't have entropy positions in place. So I think in November they were unable to secure an entropy swap. And so they hedged in advance in order to balance the price action. So even though the peak was the same, the volatility on realizing it was much, much lower. Like if you look at the peak volatility for August versus November, I think in August we hit, let me look. In August we hit, it's August. So in August, our peak volatility was 143. And in November 22nd, the peak IV was 130, but it lasted for less than a day. By the next day, we were at 100. Whereas in August, you know, the next day we were at 143, and then we went down to 140 the next day. So IV remained much higher through the August run. And if we go further back and we look at like May, June, our peak IV in June was 213%. And so I think when they have these entropy swaps in play, they're able to let the IV run more, and so they don't have any reason to pre-hedge. They almost don't want to, right? They just want to let the stock run and profit off of that bump. Check out Sens. What's it doing? Doesn't look like it's doing any of the things I care about it doing. Oh, it is. Was I right? Hot damn. That's big volume. Well, this is just fantastic. Cool. Synthetic long? So you're short the stock and you have a long call? I mean, the point of that is it like mimics a long put position, like a sold, or well, synthetic longs. God, I don't really use these. So you sold the stock short and bought. I don't really short sell ever. I just use puts, so this one's not my strongest. So you sold the stock short and you bought a long call, is what you're saying. I mean, it's just a hedge for the short position you're holding. Like it's not really that it profits because, you know, if the price of the stock goes up, your short position loses value. but the long position, the long call position gains value. So it's like so the way you buy a protective put when you're long shares, it's the opposite for a short position, and that you have a protective call for short shares. Bullard trying to line himself up politically as the next Fed chair. He might be, yeah. I mean, it's definitely like he's making moves. He's making moves against like the status quo, so it's suspicious as fuck. Have you ever been assigned when selling covered calls? Yeah. If so, what was the error you made, or what did you fail to take into account when selecting a strike? I mean, usually I'm pretty careful with my covered calls, and if I get assigned, it's because I want to get assigned. Like I've chosen a strike that I want to sell whatever stock I'm selling CCs on at. You can avoid assignment. You can buy the option back. You can roll it forward, so you can take the strike and roll it out to a later date and a higher price in order to avoid assignment. And you can do that a few times if the price keeps climbing. What was the rest of that question? Sometimes a stock just moves, and you're selling covered calls a little too close to the money. Usually you can use max pin, and if you dig into the options chain a little bit, you can kind of find a nice price point to sell at where you're not going to create too much risk. If you need to avoid assignment. I assume you're talking about GameStop. Selling covered calls on GameStop's far riskier, right? Because it's so volatile and it can move so dramatically in such a short period of time. So what you're saying is buy GME 130s for next week. I mean, I'm not yet. I already have some, but I haven't bought more. I mean, the 130s are expensive right now. They were cheaper when I got them. Someone who's covering sends, methinks. Yeah, looks that way. I'm excited. I have a bunch of calls. So glad I took out the second mortgage on my house to go all in on sends. I don't know how much it's gonna run. Seems to me like they're using Bullard to set a narrative conducive to creating downward pressure on the market without it crashing. Feds need the market lower. This is their way. I mean, but they kind of already did that by leaving the rate raise open-ended, right? They ensured that the value lost in advance of a perceived rate raise remained out, right? Like the market didn't come back and recapture that value. If they just said we're not raising rates, right, the market would have rocketed. But instead they were like, well, we might still. They want the uncertainty, but beyond that, it's I don't know. Bullard's actions are way more hawkish, right? What he's saying, he's like targeting like 100 BPS increase immediately. If his position was more in line but a little off from the Fed, like if he was like, I think we should really do 0.5, that might be more in line with what you're saying there. But I think the fact that he's pushing for that, like, I mean, 75% higher increase or 0.75% higher increase is a bit off. If Opex runs only to 150, 160, it means they successfully ran the price down permanently. Not necessarily if we stay at those levels for quite some time, right? I sold month out in the money puts on GME when we were at 100. 10 out of 10 would recommend it. I mean, I sell cash secured puts on GameStop all the time, but there's two reasons for that, right? A, the premiums are really high, and B, if I get assigned, I don't care about owning more shares of GameStop. But yeah, on the lowest part of our cycles, it can be really profitable to sell in the money CSPs and let the price rise back through them. Didn't you say you built an indicator for Sens? So now it's looking bullish. Is your indicator working? I mean, I guess more has to play out, right? So what I'm looking for is gamma exposure shorting. I guess. And so I'm looking for spikes in delta sensitivity. Which is responded to with short selling. And because I think this strategy of shorting under these gamma exposure windows is very common. But it's like a long signal. This could be like a 3-month signal. Except I think Sens is in this latter half of it. And so especially with the news that came out, and that was just lucky for me. I was already looking at it, but the FDA news on the approval, and that really rocketed the price down, right? So massive shorting in order to dodge this gamma exposure, and now I think they're going to cover. Sort chat by new. There's no chat sorting options. Do you know where I can look up historical options data, at least just the prices? Trying to confirm if a month was available before or not. I believe GameStop is JAJO, so JJAO for OCC listings. So January, then was it January, April, June, October, I believe is the order they're released. I might be wrong, but I think that's GameStop's. What month do you want to know if it was open uncharged? Isn't it bullish that we're not dropping with the SPY for once? I mean, we haven't been dropping with the SPY for a few days, so sure, we're stable. Institutional ownership in GameStop's also up as well. So there's a little less active fund flow day to day. And we have a ton of option support on the chain to stabilize our price right now. If we get a run up and it's not MOASS, would it be a good idea to take profit on shares? I have no options. I mean, no. Yeah, options are a good way to capture that. I don't agree with selling shares. I mean, the floor still has to be held, and if people sell shares en masse, the price is going to drop significantly. Like GameStop will not support these prices just on its own. I think at that point, you know, if we run and there's no MOASS, then you hope it keeps stabilizing higher. Are we on track for lowest volume day? Maybe this year. Chances of Opex covering for after hours today? Or generally wouldn't start tomorrow based off previous runs. We can go back and look at November. The 19th. That's yeah, November 19th, really nothing happened. Actually, Thursday was, we just dropped. We recovered a little bit before close. But all three of these days were marked by, you know, morning runs, slightly higher. But yeah, morning runs and then, you know, intraday drop off. We recovered a little bit on November 18th into close, but when they started pre-hedging on November 19th, it was basically all in one day. Our price improvement over the rest of the week was minimal. I think we went from 180 to 200, if I'm not mistaken. Hold on, let me make sure. 197 to 200 throughout the course of the week. So price change was minimal. 210, 197 to 210 right here. And we opened at like 208 that day and then closed at around 230. And then the next day we continued to rise up to 248 into close. And then the following morning we just had that one peak up above 250 and then straight down. So almost all of the run was covered within these 5 days, with the majority of it being in these last two. And so that's why I'm a little cautious this time, because if we look at our current time frame, our rate of increase has actually been far higher than what we saw going into November. Even if we just go in a little tighter and we look at like the last 5 days, right? And a lot of this is FTDs as well, but and we saw that price improvement back in November as well. But if we go out, you know, the 4 days this week from our turnaround point here, we've already seen about $12 of price improvement now. So if we assume the same things from November, right, and today's moderately flat, which it looks like it will be, then tomorrow they start pre-covering, you know, that could drive us up to, you know, this like 145 range, and then possibly up to like 160, 150, 160 here for the Opex, like the Opex day. This is the 22nd, right? And then maybe another spike the following morning, touching like 180 before coming back down. Things could change here, but that's kind of my conservative estimate for what'll happen. We could easily, just as easily, see ourselves trade flat through today and tomorrow, right? With you know, closer to max pain, and then have all of that volume and volatility realized in one day. And this is better. This drives more FOMO, more interest. At least for us, I think this is better. It will spike IV harder, which matters for people carrying options. That's using put call ratio as a leading indicator for things like SPY and VIX. It's fine. Sometimes I use it. I usually use it for longer entries, like more than 90 days. Thanks for what you do. It's definitely been a great learning all this stuff. In your experience, how much do FTDs affect stock price and companies other than GameStop? I mean, it just depends on how many FTDs that are generated on that asset, one to the next. GameStop tends to have a lot of FTDs, whereas, you know, some stocks don't have very many at all. If the size of the float is very large, then FTDs affect it less. So they can generate far more FTDs, but you know, less of an effect. GameStop's very illiquid, and so the realization of the CNS process is a little more visible in the price action. Oh wow, how far behind am I? Jesus, sorry. How do they cover all their short positions when the volume is so low? I mean, do they really have any today? I didn't see a lot of pre-market borrowing going on. I didn't see very many FTDs for today. I'm actually surprised we're performing as well as we are, given that. I think what we are seeing is we're not really seeing any shorting today. Like they're not really actively using in the money puts. They're not really borrowing a lot of shares, I don't think. Hmm. Will limit sales for calls execute in after hours? No, the options market closes overnight. More and more people are aware of the runs during Opex. The baddies are aware of this and want to F us in the A. Do you think they have any tools left to make this a big nothing burger? I mean, it's already something, right? We're up $40 so far from our low. I mean, ETF share creation's pretty fucking tapped out. They've mostly stopped actively shorting. So yeah, I think no, they're not going to stop it. I think they want to continue it. Like I think it's profitable for them to run it every quarter. For someone, I mean, obviously someone else loses money in that, but it's possible that the other entity is profiting greatly. And GameStop's unique in that this floor is held, right? And it makes it much easier for them to drop and raise the price rapidly. And there's a lot of money for an institution to be made on price movements like this. You think the price movement from the low 80s is actually covering for Opex just really, really early? I mean, I think most of our price movement from the 8th to the 14th was driven by ETF FTDs and consistently higher and higher gamma exposure multi-blues. You guys don't care about GameStop, the company. Buying options is just greed. How? And what should we be doing here in these capital markets? Oh, Jesus. Do you have the feeling you know most of the factors that make the price move, or are there still things that can make the market move without you knowing about it? I mean, big gains or drops in the overall market are definitely harder to predict. I think we have a pretty good understanding of just about everything that affects GameStop pricing outside of catalysts, right? Like catalysts can always occur, announcements, things like that. We can't predict, but the rest of it, I think we've mostly got nailed down at this point. I think the last piece of that puzzle was their ability to offset these FTDs for longer periods of time than expected. They'd never done that before, so it was unusual with this last two expiries that we didn't really see any of that in between cycle FTD covering that we've seen previously. Difficulty buying SPY calls. Margin during run. Day trading. 90-day close. Ugh, hold on, I can't. They came in at the same time. Margin during run. Day trading. 90-day close only. Please feel bad for me and recommend a broker with easy options requirements and pre-post hours. The easiest places to get options are probably TDA and WeBull, and IBKR. Is it easy to get options on IBKR? I'm not sure. I started my account there already, like, later, so I feel like I've heard they're pretty simple. Tasty Works. Dan Rod, my company's CEO in a town hall meeting, there are some concerns around inflation in multiple markets. We're taking steps to minimize the risk to the company from inflationary concerns. At this time, there are no plans for adjustments to wages due to inflation. Wow. That's fucked. Clip what? What am I clipping? My employers just gave me a 30% raise, but all I've done for the last year is watch this stream. Should I feel bad? I don't know. Can you feel bad for a corporation? It doesn't have feelings. I don't actually know where Gamma Maximum is currently because Yelia is on vacation. But I think based on just the options data I've seen that we're still somewhere in like the 140 150 range. Oh, I fully expect a rug pull. I am completely prepared for that to happen. Everyone should be, and be very cautious. So I'm not saying because of Bullard, probably because of SLD. Well, now we're kind of confused because it appears that SLD deposits were closed yesterday. Or at least FINRA stops taking the deposits yesterday. It's possible that they're doing the deposits and then selling the positions to cover after the deposit is already made. How dare you make money? The fuck are you doing in the stock market if not to make money? You think this is a charity for companies we like? Yes. That is the thought. Listen, I get that like a lot of people got fucked in 08 and their families got screwed over. And people are starting to get pissed, right? It just across all ranges of society, the middle class is disenfranchised, the lower classes, the poor's, their lives aren't getting any better, only worse, and rapidly enough that they're really catching on to it. And I get the sentiment that they really want to fucking stick it to these people. And unfortunately, the best way to do that is to just become one of them. Like, if you want to have power and influence and a voice in a capitalist society, the best way to get that is to have more money. You answer 9 out of 10 of my questions without me paying. Thanks for doing that and for doing this on the daily. Whale teeth, same like pigeon teeth for MOASS. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Marcus. So instead of pushing a squeeze and one risky payoff, a big player is slowly bleeding them in a consistent pseudo-safe quarterly pinch play. Yeah, because why? let me explain this. I explained this to somebody the other day this way, and it's a really good way to explain it. You can make far more money off of the price going to 250 and back to 150 and up to 250 50 times than you can off the price going to 1,000,000 once. Does that make sense? XRT was put on the threshold list yesterday. It's been on the threshold list for months, dude. It was put on the threshold list December 17th. What's going on, Turd? Turd saying things? What do you say, bullish shit? You fucking DM me? Or are you just saying bullshit in the chat? You ready to sell the puts off XRT? I have something bullish to show you. Fucking show it to me. Don't tease me. Call options help the price actions. Put options harm it, but could help given correct circumstances. I mean, call options and put options only affect price temporarily, right? They are a depreciating asset and they expire at some point. They're not long lived, right? So while they do influence the price of GameStop to a significant degree, when they are closed, they no longer do that. So, you know, if you load up on calls on the run, it can push the run higher. And if you load up on puts on the drop, it can push the drop lower. And it just creates more volatility in the system, right? But you know, if there's a fuck ton of puts when it hits the bottom and everyone sells to close, then that drives more momentum into the following upswing, right? Because the market maker deleverages here. Same thing at the peak when, you know, our price runs up and everyone sells their calls, and then our price tanks, right? Because there's the market makers are going to deleverage, right? De-hedge is a better way to say it. Did they dodge this Opex date exposure anyway? We'll find out. These Opex dates will be realized until they're not, right? And I mean, we have high confidence in them. They have occurred without fail every time. Not always in the exact same way, but they have occurred nonetheless. Draw the triangle, Pickle Man. There's no fucking triangle. We're flat. I would never recommend Robinhood. The potential for them to fucking go under during a high volatility event is just way too high. Also, their charting sucks. I have a bone to pick with you, Turd. You know damn well that there's nothing the 510 gang loves more than gambling on promises. Preliminary data that has yet to be fully reviewed and could totally crash. It's like you don't even know us. Sad I didn't get a YOLO invite. Hug. How do you handle taxes if you sell and buy back in multiple times? You pay them? Would you consider rolling or taking profits on in the money 318s? It depends on how deep in the money they are. I have a bunch right now that are in the money, but it's just like, are they super deep in the money? Do you have like 110s, 100s? You can do whatever you want with them. I mean, you could just wait, right? Those fucking prices are going to drop $30 in an instant. This is good. Is the SPY turning back around? Not really. That is the floor, though. Gonna hold that shit? Not even a very good floor, though. This will be good if we can break this at yeah, 130.50. There's some call volume here, so doesn't look good, but it's possible. Especially if we can hold higher. Can you tell me why the last Feb run was at the end of a Wednesday? Yeah, because they pushed it out to the very last second. So remember how that T+2 can be covered not only Monday and Tuesday, but also Wednesday? So what they did was they packed it all into dark pools. There was a lot of liquidity back then. I don't think they're able to really pull this off in the same way anymore. And then those dark pools printed at end of day, right? And what they were able to do is halt the price into close, which then offsets their FTD obligations one more day. So then they could start placing more orders the next morning at market open. It's actually fucking genius. Gotta respect the game. Any chance we get real-time options data, even if just for yourself before next week? Would be nice to see the in-the-money puts coming in hot and heavy. So I have data I can track to watch for the in-the-money puts. Popcorn trader, I can't share that one. But also, you know, we have other people watching it as well. You know, Turd's usually watching options flow most of the day. So we'll be on top of it. Turdferg hasn't shared a goddamn thing with me yet. He's just fucking with me. We finally cracked the 50 MA for the first time since December. Yeah. So FTDs come due, they sell puts. Yeah, I can give you the Opex dates, Turd. It's November 19th. Do you want the day or the T+2 window? Both? Okay. shit. Okay, I gotta go. I gotta go to my other chart to do. Where the fuck did I just move that from? Sorry, one sec, guys. Sorry, guys. One second. Beef. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to get these dates over to him so you can line this up. It's 2. It's 5. 20. August was. Is it 20? Twenty-four. November 7/19. of this week, which is all right. Sorry about that, guys. Thanks, boats and hose. It looks like something's trying to happen, right? I mean, I think we're just seeing that kind of a weaker version of that, like number 3 FTD cycle, where we kind of climb up and then reject and then do that throughout the day. If the market turns around, we could climb higher and then do that at like 135. But we'll see if that happens. Someone spent 8K on 145, 150 spread for this Friday. I mean, that's not very much. Would Friday or Monday be a better day for getting into some March 1825 near the money calls? Leaning more on Friday, but I don't know if we expect good price action Monday. Monday the market's closed, so I don't really expect any price action. Some guy on the internet. I would say that this week or early next would be best. It kind of depends what happens tomorrow. If we climb up tomorrow, you know, $20, then there's not a lot left for Monday and Tuesday next week. Tesla dead? Oh, what's Tesla doing today? It looks pretty shitty. Yeah. It's still gotta fill that shit in down to fucking down here at 8, was it 875? So probably a bounce off the like EMA 180. It's got some downside on it for sure. Why do you only play the upside of stocks, Victor? It drives me insane. If it's dead, switch, buy puts. No, there's decent OI at 135. And there's decent OI at 130. It's just this range is kind of dead. So this is okay. It's not spectacular, and this is actually decent. So really the question is, does a cross of 130 give us enough momentum to break out of that like 130 250 range and keep pushing up? I have 8 March 1895s I bought were around $90. I have enough cash in account to exercise half of them. Will it help Gex if I do it this week instead of next? Yes. If they were exercised this week, then the exposure would be due next week. If Wolverine is our options MM, primary options MM, wouldn't they hedge properly? I don't remember seeing them on the naughty list. Shouldn't they be neutral? It has nothing to do with being on the naughty list. They will just hedge as little as possible, right? Because that's how they make the most money. There's an advantage to not being truly delta neutral if you're willing to take the risk, right? More risk, more money. So they don't need any other motivation. I liked in my Johnson last Sunday. I never got a song. Please give me my 13 seconds of fame. Done. Is there a safe way to buy uncovered puts? What? Like, are you talking about selling naked puts? You can hedge them with long puts. But the profit's minimal. I think that's what you're asking me. What calls would you buy now to play Opex? I don't know. Probably the ones I have. I just want some 128s. The gamma ramp is complete. Congratulations, man. What are your take on entropy swaps now? No counterparty? We don't know if they have a counterparty or not yet. I suspect that if they're going to enter an entropy swap, they would do it soon. How do you differentiate between a SPY crash, dragging price down through 127, and ETF, FTD, other behavior? It's difficult. I mean, we know when the FTDs are due. That's how we know. And that's how we can tell if what's going on in relation to greater, market movements. So we don't need the price action to occur to know when they're due, right? The volume helps. Larry McMillan uses a Black-Scholes type Bollinger Band for his options buy sell signals. His paid indicator is on TradingView. Any chance one this is easy to program? Never used it. There's all kinds of premium fucking oscillators stuff, but no oscillator is going to make you good at predicting price action. Oscillators are always reverse looking, and they always have a failure point. And most of them are all the same shit. They're just like variations of RSI tied with moving averages. One that tracks Black-Scholes is interesting, but probably it's interesting. I'd have to look at it, but I doubt it. I don't see how I could do it in real time. Hey, Gherk, not to be a bear, but do you think we're just caught between big players pushing the stock around? Absolutely. Will we see the stock out of control at some point or free from suppression? Yeah, when people stop making money on it, they'll leave. Or if GameStop moves forward with larger plans and we start to see realized growth. The best way of getting the shorts out is still to just grow the company, which is what Cohen's doing. So isn't the MM hedging incorrectly? A risk assessed according to volatility. Ours is super volatile. Would seem very risky to me not to hedge. I mean, but our volume, we don't have a lot of volume, right? So it is risky not to hedge. And that's why options exercise presents such a good way for applying pressure, because they don't hedge appropriately. So by exercising options, you exploit the risk. Exposure to what? Options expiring exactly. They use options to hedge their failures in ETFs. Axe Capital. And so when the quarterly date comes due, they have to make that up, right? They have to cover that exposed position. Are we low enough to move back to the Russell 2000? I wonder if that's the goal. There's some research papers on it that you can look up. Jimmy, Connecticut. It's essentially a Vega neutral gamma positive contract, or exposed. It's a Vega neutral gamma exposed swap. Right? Yeah, that's a good way of explaining it. Gamma neutral would be not exposed to change in price in the underlying. You correctly said a 20-ish move tomorrow leaves not much room left for next week. Do you expect only one or two $20 price increase days this Opex, similar to last November? I am wary of the possibility, yeah, Jay. Like I told everybody yesterday, my conservative price target is like 148 to 160. I think we could see volatility above that, but it's I don't see us like hitting or stabilizing at 180 or 200. Not currently, unless a lot of options interest comes in and drives that gamma maximum way up. It could. I mean, no one to say that something can't happen, but right now it doesn't look likely that we'd push much beyond that. RC doesn't tweet about exciting Marvel comics or how he's gonna crush short sellers. King Silverback does. AMC to the moon. GME to the tomb. All right, fuck off, Dan Almighty. Crazy skew on options wide a while back. On put side, ARQQ is the ticker. We got tanked 41 to 15, 120 million total float, 20 million available float, 90% short volume. Short percent is 3%. How the fuck? 20% short volume, but short float is 3%. Short volume has nothing to do with the amount of short interest held long in the stock, JMac, if that's what you're asking. What's the borrow rate? Can you explain sector rotation? And are we in one now? We may be entering one as people move away from growth and into value. Going into the bear market. At the bottom of the bear market, we'll see interest and growth pick up. And that could affect different sectors differently, but and different companies in those sectors. But that it'll also depend on if we enter a bear market or if the market's just going to remain stagnant for a while. What were your thoughts on the spin-off company, FUD? What spin-off company? CDB. If GameStop comes out with an NFT marketplace that's fully fledged and developed, it can realize greater market cap. Remember that any good news on GameStop will be met with harsh criticism and will not be valued equally to its competitors because of that. Is it my idea or the lows versus peaks getting closer? I mean, they are. $11 a.m. under 1,000 likes? No. Wow, really? What the fuck, guys? Like the stream. Isn't Gmerica a fucking... Is it its own separate corporate entity? Like, is it incorporated separately from GameStop, or is it just like a trademark? $272.78% is the borrow rate, but it's only showing 3% short interest. That doesn't make fucking sense. Check Discord. Where? All right. I like it. You wanna fill me in on when they're doing that, turd? Oh, fuck you, Moonwind. You son of a bitch. Decorate your goddamn house. Nesquick, what did you say that was inappropriate? How bullish is it that we have a resisting market downturn and consistently testing 130 despite crap volume? Thus meaning very little hedging. Short machine broke. Just no shorting. We're not really seeing any shorting today. So our uptrend is staying consistent. We're approaching like the midday, so I don't know how much more we're gonna push up on this, but this is good. This is our triple test of this resistance now. Shit, I need to update Reddit. 1 second. They registered it separately. Owned by GameStop. Interesting. Have you purchased far out of the money positions yet? A few, yeah. I'll probably buy some more today and tomorrow. Will SLD affect price action at all today or in the near future? Saw on your Discord that it's due by end of day. It was due by end of day yesterday. KC. There's a non-sinful explanation of why the peaks and the floors seem to be meeting in the middle, 350, 250, now likely 150, 160. What mean when it truly equals out? Is it just a big triangle on some chart? I mean, sure. I mean, it is consolidation. They are consolidating so far. I don't know if retail participating in options is going to change that. If we run up to 180 or 190, that's a pretty good fucking indicator that retail options interest exacerbates the peaks of these cycles. Because that would mean that from our bottom to the top of our cycle is significantly greater than previous runs in August and November. Do you like Macro After Dark? They like and mention you sometimes. I'm not sure who they are. That's cool. I don't know what do they do? It's like all he has in his house is a fucking space heater and my stolen chair. I updated Reddit. Inside ownership is 80% on ARQQ. I've never seen a stock like this. The puts are insanely expensive. Apart from GME, did they solely do this through options? Are they just hiding shorts? Check the chart. Happened inside a month. ARQQ. Market Quantum. Fucking barely any volume traded on this. This is consistent short selling. Very consistent. Where's fucking OB on this? Oh. Really high volatility. And the fucking calls are expensive as fuck too, to be fair. Only downside, huh? Cybersecurity technology company based in the Caymans. Device manufacturer. Looks shady as fuck. Pursuant to their requirements, certifies as reasonable grounds to believe that meet requirements. They almost got delisted? They almost got delisted under Section 12B. Might have something to do with their warrants. Yeah, I'm not sure, man. I'd have to do a lot. I'd have to do a lot more digging. It's interesting. Do you think there's a head and shoulders on BTC weekly time frame? Or do you think BTC could test 14K? It came up with 14K measuring the top of the head to the neckline. Love your channel, man. And it just looks like BTC's moving out of this. 14K? No, I don't see that. I would say that, if anything, this might be the bottom. This, or maybe like down to like 45. It's massively oversold right now. So yeah, I would say this is the bottom. Institutions are going to load up here. Big time. Don't think for a second that crypto is not going to realize value in the event of a market crash. It will. And if they're afraid of climbing interest rates and the equity markets, institutions will start pumping money into Bitcoin. New TFT set out? Oh, cool. Could the current lack of shorting be linked to the DOJ investigation? No, they don't generally short during the, like, this Opex period. They kind of just stop shorting. Options. October options change to Express was just added today. Only shows up on a few platforms. No volume or OI. Prices are higher than leaps. Is something like this common? Maybe. I mean, that would imply that you know, their chain adds October now at the end of the February. So as we move into the 18th, as the chain fills in, it'll get cheaper and the bid ask will narrow. Why buy weekly so early? If there isn't a big expected run up and there is a holiday on Monday, wouldn't you lose a lot of value through Theta since they could run it on the morning of Thursday? Yeah, but they can also run it tomorrow like they did in November. In November, Friday, we moved from 200 to 250. I mean, if I buy weeklies, I'm probably buying most of them fairly close to the money. So I'm not really concerned with the Theta loss as long as we see price increases. Why did I get a notification that your daily charting is trending on SS? You're a shill? What the fuck is this madness? It's Reddit's built-in brigading notification, Carl. Top to bottom is 2x as large on logarithmic scale, so why wouldn't the bottom to top also be larger? There's some reason to think this cycle is going to be way more explosive compared to others. I agree, but I still think expectations should be tempered. I think this cycle does have a lot of potential, but I mean, I'm just going to stick with the data I have, which shows a run to around 160 with a possible peak in the 170s or 80s. I don't have a timestamp to your reaction. Hey, your first PDT here. Gonna deposit some more money next week. Can you tell BlackRock to wait for me for the Opex run? Can you give a recap on why the Jan cycle was a nothing burger? Because they shorted the fuck out of it, like hard. They shorted all the gamma exposure away, synthetically, creating fuck tons of FTDs, and burning several ETFs. I mean, fucking XRT almost blew up the other week. Yeah. They threw a lot of money at it. They threw a lot of money at it, ensuring nothing happened. And they actually started. Here's the most fucked up part about it is they started in October. If you look at the entropy swing on XRT, it begins on our. Remember back in October when we had we were talking about like our FTD dates for the failed August run, and we targeted like October 29th. If you look at the entropy on XRT moving into October 29th, that's like right at the point at which they start shorting the fuck out of XRT, and they kept shorting it all the way, or shorting with it, the creation, all the way through until it got thresholded on December 17th. So all of our like November run was being tempered with creation from XRT. It's fucking crazy. Which means November was probably very good for a test of 350 had that not been going on. Almost all of her runs on Jimmy. Which graph? This one? All right. Let's see. All right. So if you take a look here, it's a little hard to tell with the noise, but it looks like they offset their XRT FTDs with put contracts. And as put interest rises, as soon as it falls, hold on, let me go back to Turd's explanation here. I mean, this has got to be more than just XRT though, right? Each big drop in put OI on XRT equals a run on GameStop. Interesting. So that's got to be going on across the market. Well, the big drop is Opex, right, dude? When they fucking expire. I mean, yeah, they do it in all of them. That's what I thought. Jesus Christ. Look at the fucking asymmetric risk. It looks bullish as fuck. Stop jacking my tits. I mean, is that kind of just like, and if we can get this together, that proves the effect of these OPEX cycles, right? And more than that, it shows the causation. That's big. Fucking turtle fucking jack your titties all over the place down. With JanFeb FTD coming to do the next quarter cycle going to be more explosive? I mean, most of the January, February FTDs are coming due right after Opex. January FTDs market maker side have already begun. Jan 13th for the market maker side is what we're on today. ETFs are still lagging. They're at 1231. So ETFs are coming due in the next few days. Oh my god, because they can't fucking hedge the volatility swaps like GameStop because we haven't had enough price action, you think? Massive chunks of the chain are closed right now, turd. Oh, I'd want to run that by Zinco, maybe. How do we see entropy? Is this a trading view indicator? One of our quant guys built a trading view indicator to estimate variance versus entropy, and so entropy is exponential. It's really difficult to chart because it's always going up technically. So you have to smooth it so you can see the variations in this exponential curve. And this would be like the baseline, if that makes sense. So he built one. I don't think he wants to share the methodology, and it's one of the reasons I haven't moved forward with like a DD on it. Any idea where the October Jan shorting is going to leak at? I mean, Opex should be where the dam breaks, right? So is there currently a ton of open put interest on XRT from the past few months? Yes. Well, it's peaking or climbing. Dork, are you on? Can you give me that can you show me the 1 day? Will I be able to see it on the 1 day? Like the 4-hour XRT entropy from October 15th? If you're here, are you here? Did the fucking cat process the FTDs yet? It is in log, Stefan. Junior quants are turning into a sophisticated hedge fund. I mean, he coded a script to run through the trading view system. Oh. This channel might as well be a hedge fund. I think we have all the required parts: quants, investors, marketing, CEO with a big ego. We actually do, but let me see if I can. I want to show you guys this example. They dodge like they did in Gen every time. Not the Opex states. I don't think. I think they can dodge their FTD exposure as long as they're using ETFs heavily. It takes quite a lot. I mean, they burned probably the most fraudulent ETF in the system. There were what, fucking $500 billion worth of fails on Vanguard Total Market Index. I mean, it's not cheap. It's expensive and risky, but probably worth it. Twitter having issues. Just a heads up before the shitstorm starts. Why would a shitstorm start? I don't even use Twitter, basically. Shares available to borrow up to 300K. Yeah, they're returning shares. Overnight borrow rate dropped 0.8% last night, too. Yeah, I saw RC's tweet. Is filling gaps building support? Eh, sure. Do you have calls for 2024? No. I've thought about it. Maybe on the next decent dip if we see another one. That's probably, Marjorie, that's probably how I'd continue to grow my my share position. He's not fucking Phil. Oh, I'm waiting. That's right. Hmm. Hold on. Need to do some options calculator shit real quick. I buy these. So 2. Yes. And SHIB is on a debit card. Son of a bitch. These are shit. Bad. Sorry, I'm fucking around with the options calculator. CNS also clear acne? No. Can you explain the difference between MMFTDs, ETF FTDs in regards to when they come due? You mentioned the MMFTDs are from January 13th, are coming due now, but ETF FTDs from end of December. Yeah, MMFTDs are T plus 2 plus 35C. And ETF FTDs are T plus 6 plus 35C plus 3 if they're cash settled. So T plus 9 plus 35 as opposed to MMFTDs, which are T plus 2 plus 35. So we're just consolidating on an ascending triangle to 130 for now. Yeah, but I mean, we broke down from this same formation yesterday, right? If we go out to the 5-minute and look at yesterday, yesterday's price action was very similar. We kind of just consolidated up into this ascending triangle and then broke out a little and then failed into the midday. Today is fairly similar to that, but much slower. So
you know, we've traded about as much volume as we traded on the breakout yesterday all day today. This looks good, but even if we break, I don't know how high we'll go before the turnaround. There's some options volume here at 135, but there's nothing between 130 and 135. So, yeah, it doesn't look promising to hold, at least hold above 130 for today. Max Payne's at 125, so, you know, and we're moving into Friday, so there's some incentive to push us closer to that. What happens with my options calculator stays between me and God. I mean, that's kind of what's happening right now. These can 4x, and these shit calls can 1200x. Fuck, that's tempting. Well, can they? No, they can't. So March 4th, 18th. March 18. Story. 18. Yep. $320. Interesting. Huh. Okay. Well, that's stinky. Come back from Fantasyland. I am, in fact, calculating YOLOs. I think there's a bit more call interest between 130 and 135 than you think. I mean, it doesn't look that way. Cumulative open call interest is very high at 135, but below 135, basically fucking nothing. 130 is high. 130 is high and 135 is high. In between the two, jack shit. 130 is far higher than 135 as well, and 140 is even higher than that. 135 is actually the weak point in the next $10 range. So really the whole range from 130 to 140 is difficult to cross without something else coming in, right? IV is picking up though. Cancel this. I think we're gonna not have a good mid-afternoon. Get those cheaper. What does max pain mean? Are short hedge funds trying to avoid that price point? To some extent, yeah. Short hedge funds would like it below max pain. Long funds would like it above max pain. Market makers want it right in the middle. $30, 40%.
maybe a little more at the peak. You're missing something there, Anthony the dad. So there was a lot of interest in 180s for this week, but they're credit spreads. They're like they're a covered call. They're a bearish bet. Not true covered call, but like a poor man's covered call. So they're selling 180s, buying 170s. Thanks, Aaron. I have one March 18, 125C. I'm up 10%. Total or sell? Same question to Feb 25, 128C that I'm also up to for 10% on. I mean, you're in the money and you have, at least for the Marches, you have decent time to expiration. I mean, I can't tell you whether to hold them or sell them. I think we're going to continue up next week. I don't know how that influences your decision, but I guess you could take that into consideration. I mean, I can't tell you what to do with your position though. Thanks, Espesh, however, I appreciate it. Credit spread? I mean, they're PMCCs. And I think the hedge leg falls, or the sold leg falls off first. So I think so they're like selling like a Feb 18. Sell a Feb 18 180, buy like a Feb 25 170. So the CC, like the naked call, the short call, this falls off, and then they're long. You can stagger them like that. Best way to play long-term volatility for possibly a squeeze. I mean, I think the best way to play volatility for a squeeze is just to maintain a hedge in the VIX against long positions. That's what I do. And I look far out and in the money. And then if it squeezes, awesome. I mean, not if you stagger it. You can sell the CC on a peak and then buy the long call on a dip. You said to your friend, you can make more money playing GME between 150 and 200 more than holding to $1 million. But you said before that day trading is risky and not recommended. That's not day trading. That's swing trading. But yes, just because you can make more money trading does not mean that it's not risky. But you work with what you've got, right?
Mohammed. So if this is the reality of GameStop, and that we move from, you know, $80, $100 run every quarter, then that's what it is. I mean, it's looking more and more like the range of it is bound. Thanks for what you do. I appreciate it, man. F4 March 18 150s. Opened up by leaps after Opex run and eventual dip. Cool. Monday is President's Day. Markets closed. Calls expire Tuesday. T+2 starts on Tuesday. I only have one 250 call right now for March 14th. I'm going to sell it while it's up a bit and then buy a Feb 25th to YOLO the Opex run. Cool. But if you're using options and you're 10xing your position every cycle, you can make more money off of that, off those leverage positions, and you could make if it actually ran to $1 million. And then if it did run to $1 million out of the blue, you would wait, and you had options. Obviously, leverage positions would profit far more than a single share. Far more than, well, anything less than 100 shares. If we can do a rebound, will retail make a killing out of it? No. And then with part of retail DRSing and drying liquidity even further, isn't the floor getting higher and higher? Not that the floor is getting higher and higher, the volatility is getting higher and higher. DRSing increases volatility, which means that the range of the runs should theoretically increase both to the up and downside. What are your thoughts about selling CCs after March 18th? March 10th. I'm thinking about it. Depends if I can hedge that big of a position right now. Like I'm not gonna sell CCs on GameStop that I can't pull back. There's too great of a risk of a catalyst. So if I can't pull back the contracts, like I'm not gonna ever risk assignment. Do you see the benefit or negative side of DRS on future S&P 500 inclusion? GameStop's already not liquid enough for S&P 500 inclusion. So without a split, it would never happen. And we're nowhere near profitable enough. We need solid earnings for S&P 500 inclusion. And, you know, based on the way they use ETFs to short the stock, I don't think moving APA bracket in indexes is beneficial to us. We would have almost no weight in, well, actually it could be. That's interesting. There'd be a lot of liquidity provided during the event though, which is shit. How do you build by contracts so you don't get assigned? I need a cover calls idea. You just buy it back. You buy your own contract. So you sell a contract, right? Sell a call. Say your premium's like 4.30. And the stock trades a couple days, and that premium goes down, so you're positive like 0.3, right? So now the contract is worth 4. You can buy it back and you're at a $30 profit. Or if the price of the stock moves against you, like you sell it at 4.3 and the price goes up, and the price of this goes up to like 450, then when you buy it back, you're negative $20. Thanks, Juke Luke. What needs to happen for us to have a legitimate stock split? I think Ryan Cohen has previously said in an interview that he doesn't believe in them, so it's unlikely that we'll see one. It's far more popular to lock up liquidity in companies than to do splits this early, right? In their growth stages. It's better to just maintain the float. However, if DRS is 70 to 90% locked away and the rest is locked in options, locates cannot be found for shorting. That's how VW started, and could be how GME MOASS starts. Yeah, I mean, that does, you do realize that does indicate that there's, if that is the case, and like 20 to 30% of GameStop's float is locked in options against 70%, 90% DRS, whatever, that indicates that retail doesn't, in fact, own the entire float, right? But yeah, you're not wrong. That is how the VW squeeze started. And options buy up more shares at once than share buying does. But yes, they work hand in hand. It's never been a narrative of DRS is bad, options good. That's something the other like people started with, the narrative of options are anti-DRS, which is horseshit. A sexy motherfucker seem like Girk. Thanks, Carl. You made my day, bud. If the range is bounded, is the range getting smaller, lower? As we haven't passed 250 since June. Yeah, we have. We crossed 250 in November. Barely, but we crossed it. And that depends. Is the question there, Brendan T, is it because of retail's lack of participation in the options market that these have become smaller? Or is it an indication that the hedge funds that are participating in this price action are getting out of it? I think we're going to fall a little bit here into the rest of the day. Maybe a low around 127, possibly back all the way back to 126. What's the SPY looking like? Not great. We're looking weak right now, though. I'm going to update Reddit real quick, and then I'll catch up with the chat. Sorry, one sec. All right. You think it's likely that they'll use the same strategy as last year Feb Opex, run the price at the last minute? I think if the exposure is great enough, yes. That's why I'm not really looking to Feb 25s. I'm going to hold the Feb 25s I have until tomorrow, just in case there's a price increase Friday. And if there isn't, I'm going to sell them and move them further out. Like I'm going to roll those weeklies I bought out a little bit. Probably March 4th in order to better capture any near-term upside. What do I need to do on the day an option expires? I have a SPY put expiring out of the money tomorrow. Best strategy, roll, sell, or just let it expire. I mean, if you just let it expire, you lose whatever money is left in it. If it's already worthless, it doesn't really matter. You probably won't be able to sell it. Like nobody will buy it. If it has some value and you want to continue to maintain a short position on the SPY, then you would roll it. But you know you're gonna have to weigh that against your position. I don't even know what strike you have. But I assume if it's out of the money and expiring tomorrow, it's already worth nothing. Does it not matter if it's retail or closely held shares? If locates cannot be found, then price discovery can start. I agree. People do not realize they work together. Separate groups infighting. The issue with that is that they don't need locates. So having no locates doesn't improve price discovery. You think Feb 25 will capture some movement? I have a few, not a lot. Like 7 contracts for Feb 25. CNBC is crucifying Kathy Wood right now. It's not that GME is not a sure play, it's that it's very risky. And most institutions don't want to have anything to do with that. Got my DRS letter today. Pleased to say my account has a 69 in it. Congrats, dude. Is there a place that someone could view the historical price of options? For example, the price of a mid-Jan 222 200C? Why? What are you looking for there, Brian? There's if there's information you want from them, there's better places to find it. You can look up the chart for that contract. Yeah. See. Well, the theoretical SF X100, how many cycles do you think it would take a short hedge fund to average out of this position into something manageable or out completely? I mean, as long as they're making money on it, they never have to close, right? But to average up the short position that they built from 2014 through 2021 could take a couple years. Oh, thank you. Okay, so here's the entropy. Shit. Actually, that's, you can't see it. What I want to see. You can't see it all. Hold on, this one's not looking at the right time frame. Give me a sec. See if he can send the better view. How big of an effect do you think RC's buy-in during 2020 had in causing the FTD pile up? Oh, massive. It had a big effect. Yeah, we could see the same thing if funds start buying in. I mean, institutional ownership has gone up 10%. Why don't you exercise? Exercise what? I have a rowing machine. Yeah, I do. Is that what you're talking about? I assume he's talking about options. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Keep being you, Greg. Thanks, meditation. Why is the SQQQ separated so from the SPY? The SQQQ doesn't track the SPY. It tracks the QQQ. Every time you do a certain strike price and April's IV pumps a % or two, I swear to God, if you front run me on the Aprils, I'm a pout. Theta backed IV hug. Thanks, Pickle Morty. How do you think this will play with the upcoming Opex, the market being closed on Monday? Run the price Friday or do it all Tuesday? I mean, with the market closed Monday, that means that they have until Thursday morning at market open to cover. Stay the course, watching data, evaluating, waiting. Overall, very bullish. MSM market still pushing the false 6-7 rate hikes in 2022 narrative and 50 BPS. March raise, nope. Yeah, I know. It's fucking. I don't get it. Bullard keeps coming out bearish and doing interviews and talking about these massive rate hikes. In no way the rest of the Fed is indicating. And yeah, the MSM's running with Bullard's narrative. How do MMs hedge options contracts on the VIX? You can short volatility. You can go long volatility or short volatility. The same way they'd hedge contracts on anything else. They can use futures. Retail apes have been buying consistently at price still retreats sometimes. Who is selling? If shorting, it appears unending. I mean, people sell all the time. Institutions buy in and sell. Regular people have real world shit come up and sell. Other people buy. I mean, it's just the fluctuation of the market. Like, if somebody owns 100 shares of GameStop and they lose their job and their car breaks down, what do you think the first things that's going to happen is, right? That's not fun. That's just facts of life. Your Feb calls 25. Why not exercise? I mean, they're not in the money. The in the money ones, they're like barely in the money. I'm not fucking exercising calls at a $10 price bump. I already have more than enough shares. If they go like 100% in the money, I'll exercise them because it's basically free. So like my 125s, 120s, if we go to 240, I'll exercise them. Thursday morning orders mean that you see them execute Thursday morning, or you come in later in the day, or T+2. It can come in later in the day. That's what they did last February, is we didn't see them cover until Thursday, like near market close, when they started covering. Weeklies are not good. Outside of movement tomorrow for the like 25th, I don't like them at all. They'll lose most of their value maybe before anything even happens. Next week's also a 4-day week, so yeah, not a big fan. Can you provide some insight on the FTD cycle didn't play out as you originally speculated? I have multiple times. They shorted below the gamma exposure windows, and they've CNS'd off basically all the FTDs using ETF creation to generate the volume flow they need. They also gamma squoze us down to $100 with about $1 billion and $1 billion worth of put contracts, coupled with several $100 million worth of shorts over a 45-day period. Two days ago, you mentioned there's no support to the downside because there's no OI on the downside. How does OI provide support? What price dropping cause MMs to dehedge and cause down? I mean, it provides support in the contracts open at like 125 have delta value. So they provide addition, and when we're trading at 128 and they're in the money, they provide even more support. But they do protect our downside. Now, if we fall below those contracts, yeah, then they don't really provide then their ability to support the price slips as that delta falls away from 0.5 and continues down. Do you think we'll follow the price action like last year's cycle all the way through the 10th of March? I don't know. That's the break point, as we don't know yet if we're going to see continued upside on this run, or if it's just going to be Opex and nothing else. The last two have just been the Opex and nothing else. There hasn't been continued price improvement into the futures roll. I don't know if we'll see that this time or not. That's the roll fail of the future cycle. How do you feel about March 18 130s? Bought today, could capture any pre-hedging tomorrow. If not pre-hedged, then OPEX movement next week. I mean, March 18th 130s are solid. I have a bunch of them. They're a good contract. They're very likely to go in the money. They're close enough to the money that they're really not going to lose any value unless we drop heavily. It's a solid one. What's the ramifications of forever FTDing the ETF creation operational shorting they're doing? Nothing. They've been doing it on XRT since 2011 or 2012. I don't think they're going to stop anytime soon. The movie margin call doesn't explain anything. VWAP down cycle. When it comes to Theta Decay, is there a rough rule of thumb formula for trying to calculate how much value a call option will lose over time? Yeah, 100%. The closer you get to expiration, the faster Theta decays the value of the contract. So about 45 to 90 DTE. Like there's break points. I mean, where you ideally want to roll to maintain a level amount of theta loss. And that depends on what you're targeting, what you're doing. You know, if you're buying leaps and you're like a long-term investor, you'd probably be rolling 6 months before expiry. You know, if you're playing something short term, you might be rolling, 2 weeks before or 30 days before. A March 18 spread has been secured since we were at 100. Think of adding 0 DT tomorrow. March 4th is my weekly plays for OPEX. Thoughts? I mean, I feel like 0 DTEs might be a waste of fucking money. They might not, but they probably are. Is it more profitable to sell CCs on a week-by-week basis as opposed to for a longer duration, or does it net out close to the same? Assuming they all expire out of the money. I mean, selling them further out is gonna, you're gonna make more premium on Theta, but you're also gonna take on more risk, and the underlying can move. Yeah, the underlying has more time to move up. On a stock like GameStop, I wouldn't want to sell anything outside of weeklies unless I was very sure that the price wasn't going to come back up in the short term. And you're never really 100% sure with GameStop, right? Because of our illiquidity, any significant catalyst could just send the price of the stock rocketing, right? And so, yeah, I would not like to sell anything on a stock this volatile far out, right? Because you're taking a lot of risk by doing that. Won't the ECF FTDs help with price improvement post Opex? I guess they could still fail to roll. Despite FTDs the past cycle, haven't had the FTDs due right after Opex like this cycle. FTDs are not sufficient on their own, generally speaking, to produce price improvement, right? They're sufficient to generate volume, but not improve the price. Because of CNS, but now if there's other factors acting on the FTD covering process, then they can have an effect. So, but by themselves, no. How does that not create 10x the float worth of FTDs? What? Sure me boom. How does what not? Are we gonna get into this again today, man? Ooh, buying 225 calls on 224 first thing in the morning for dirt cheap. Thoughts on that? I mean, yeah. Are they really gonna go use the options calculator? Are they really gonna see better profits than if you bought for March 4th or March 18th? Check out the percent gain on those. It's not that great. You can buy a lot of them, so. So 30 to 45 days, kind of the ideal window for rolling. If you're swing trading, yeah. Any leading indicators we should watch to forecast the futures roll and continuation of Opex price? Yeah, if after T+4, hold on. How many trading days do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So here, this is what I look for to assess a roll. After T+6, if price action is continuing down, then there is likely no roll. So after Opex, if we stabilize, this will be the first indicator. And then if price starts to improve, that would be the second indicator of moving into a roll. If we start to drop here, then a roll is unlikely. And for a few days, you want to see continuous downward movement. We can also assess in the money puts being purchased. Out of the money puts being purchased. Shares being borrowed. remember that, you know, these OPEC states effectively reset their ability to drive the price back down because they clear out their previous obligations and can now resume shorting the stock. And their goal will always be to bring the value of the stock back below the initial floor. So if we enter OPEX trading at 130 and we spike and see a peak at 180 and come back down, their goal is to get this below 130. Sometimes they've not been successful in doing that. Actually, leading into November, they were pretty unsuccessful at doing that, right? After the August run, we managed to maintain a higher floor. And that bump in ETF FTDs on November 3rd raised that up even higher. And so then we continued into our November OPEX at a very high price point. Which is likely why we saw so much fuckery occur and the rug pull, because had they just run this all at once, starting at 200, then they risk that like 280, 320 like danger zone where the price starts getting real wild and FOMO kicks in. How does clearing FTDs through CNS ETF creation not create 10x worth of the float of FTDs? Dear God, Shroomy Boom, I've explained this to you like 15 times, man. When they clear an FTD for a fucking ETF through CNS, it's gone. There's no remaining share. It's settled. The trade is done. Both parties are fully satisfied and it is closed. Poof. Like it never existed. It doesn't create like a stockpile of waste synthetic shares. The system is efficient. That would not be efficient, would it? If I have 25th Feb 135 C call, is worth hoping for a run tomorrow and selling and rebuying in given the 3-day weekend and Theta Decay. If it, that's up to you, man. I can't tell you, Mega Mole, one way or the other on that. The OPEX dates are good for them, but also dangerous. Yes. But DRS, yeah. They will always be ahead of us, but it doesn't mean we can't make money if we play it right. Yep. Turd's digging into a correlation between the ETF OI and these OPEX dates. No new FTD. It doesn't create a new one. Otherwise, I've explained this before. Otherwise, we would see FTDs constantly increasing on all of these assets, and we that's not what we see, right? The growth of FTDs would be exponential because no FTD would ever be cleared, and only new ones created, right? And what we see is FTDs created and FTDs closed. You have long and short FTDs. My favorite part about Charlie's video of me was that he says I'm wrong about how a free float works and then offers a completely incorrect explanation of how a free float works. He's like, no, you don't get it. When institutions sell, those shares are added to the free float. That's not how it works. The free float does not expand exponentially based on people selling. It is a limited number. It doesn't change. It's not flexible. Every time an institution sells 100,000 shares are created. ETF creation is cleared via CNS. No, it doesn't create a permanent unreported increase in the float. It's just gone. I called Computer Share today to apologize for calling them shills when I wasn't allowed to DRS my Feb calls. They're very understanding. Asked about March, they said no. Yeah, but they're just packing those FTDs into more assets and not into GameStop, right? So they're creating additional CNS pipelines to handle those FTDs instead of creating FTDs on GameStop itself. The free float is 777 million. The institutions, are they ETFs now? No. I mean, most of their holdings are in ETFs, but that's a whole nother story. It sounds like he's assuming shares are like used cars. When you sell it, it goes on the lot. Did he forget that every transaction has a buyer and seller? I don't know. I don't know a way to explain this to get around the like idea that like every synthetic share creation creates. Here's what I don't get. So people don't think synthetic shares are real, but they also think that they exist forever. Is that so? Like a synthetic share isn't a real share, but it's there forever? You can't have both. No, I'm not wrong, Lishmu. Yes, I know free float does not equal shares outstanding. Do you have any doubt that we own way more than should exist? We might own the ones that exist. People also think the earth is flat. There's a simple explanation. People are dumb. I know. But I feel like even the dumb can learn. Free floats, same like puts. I haven't had a chance to watch the stream much this week. Have you discussed whether or not you're rolling your March 18s? I'm absolutely not. I know, existential.
What? Cairo? You have any idea why volume is so low today? We have very low FTDs today. So not a lot driving volume. Not only do we have really low FTDs today, we also don't really have very much hedging from yesterday. We were only up like 1%. If I learned options from you, Degens, I can learn anything. Damn straight. How can people own more shares than exist, yet somehow FTDs can't be poofed out of existence? Can be poofed out of existence. What do you own shares of XRT that I don't know about, Shroomy Boom? What happens to the people who own shares that are beyond the amount that are supposed to exist? They just exist in their accounts. They're real shares. For all intents and purposes, those shares are real. So if retail owns 127% of the float, right? Let's just say arbitrary number. Then that extra 27% of shares, those are just shares in their account. They're just there until they sell them. That's it. Yeah, if BlackRock wanted to sell, they would have to call back their shares. A share recall is very high on the list of things that could cause a short squeeze in GameStop. But without GameStop taking any type of action that would necessitate a share recall, it's unlikely that one would occur. The other events in which a share recall could occur is if the price of the stock was massively up or massively down, and institutions were motivated to sell their holdings, and those could cause recalls, or a stock split or a merger. Thoughts on wheeling options near earnings? I've been burned at my paper trading on Palantir and F, both tanking on earnings. Should I just avoid having options open around earnings? There's ways to play earnings, but they're mostly shit. I'm not a big fan of playing earnings. You can straddle them, is usually the best way, but sometimes they just fucking trade sideways. You can sell condors over earnings. As long as the price stays within your range, you'll remain profitable. You're better off not targeting price for earnings, like delta. It's better to like target IV or sell IV. It's better to sell IV or sell Theta. But just like going like long or short earnings is, you don't know what's going to happen. They're random. They're usually heavily manipulated by whatever interest. Like AMD just had great earnings. They got shorted into the fucking ground. Pretty sure Charlie created a fake Twitter account for you. Yeah, I know. I reported it. Whatever. Childish. Molly Fool released a positive article for GameStop. Something is definitely up. They usually do that right around the time we're gonna run, so they can blame it on something else. You can't also have it both ways, where over 100% of the company can be owned, yet synthetics can be poofed away on one side. The person who purchased synthetic positions needs to sell back the position. No, they just need to settle it through CNS. And you're the one making the claim that more than the float is owned. I'm not. Most profit you've made from a single trade, GameStop. How much? Yeah. I had options in January that were 60, 70x. More. No Condor talk here. Yeah, there's no demand for it all at once. Wouldn't Jimmy pulling shares in the market to blockchain cause a share recall, which could cause a short squeeze? Potentially. Or the institutions just decide to keep their shares in GameStop and not sell. Good luck claiming ownership when 100% of the ownership is accounted for. Okay, let me know when that happens. California condors are an endangered species. Please don't support the trafficking of these majestic birds. It makes the pigeon whales feel uneasy. As a trafficked majestic bird, Danrod, it should. You are a Dan and a whale of the pigeon variety. July options, why so freaking expense? Because options on GameStop are expensive. Pricey Theta. Biggest loss from a single trade. I've been down like 600,000 before. Tesla going into mid, well, spring of 2020. They were unrealized losses. I just kept rolling forward and it eventually hit, but you still think XR2 runs a bit during Opex or continues steadily up but chops along the way? I mean, at some point they're going to have to clear, probably by the time XRT's dividend comes out, they're going to have to clear the short interest off of it, which is massive right now. So does retail need to shift their tactics to have a chance? That's all I've been talking about since November, King Ming. It could, but something has to catalyze it. Slippery hamster.
We rarely show big emotions when trading on stream, but this 70x options from last January were the pre-stream you. Did you lose your trademark cool? Yeah. I also, and I hate this, but I sold like 25% of my position, my options at our first test of 100, like that morning, and fuck. I could have made a lot more, but I was being very careful with my exit because I didn't know it was gonna fucking run to, you know, $200, $300, $400. I did end up selling some at the near the peak, but only like 5% of my initial contracts. And none of them on the peak. Close, but not on. I thought this was a makeup stream. Not today. I'm letting my skin breathe, Cornub. See SPY rebound incoming in the next few weeks related to the Fed meeting and decrease in rate hike. I mean, we should gain back some of the value from here. Like this drop. So yeah, I could see us moving back up towards 460. But if Bullard keeps up this shit with like, oh, we want to push 100 basis points, like, I don't know. The market's not going to react favorably to that. Here's our intraday dip. They're still up. That's annoying. It's not, they're not clearing the FTDs with shares. It's not a share. They're not looking for a share. They don't give a shit if the shares are real or fake. It doesn't matter. That's not, they're not like, oh, let's check. So stocks have serial numbers, but they're not used, right? The system doesn't process their serialization. So when the system sees a share, it's a share. They don't give a fuck what kind of share it is. They don't care who owns it or if it's actually part of the float. And they take a short share and a long share and they slap them together and they disappear like fucking David Blaine. If 100% of the float is locked in fucking CS, either the stock will continue trading or the NYSE will fucking delist it for not trading any volume. You think that with ETFs, the puts have more no calls and have the shares like when Opex FTDs will be priced down? God damn it. The DTCC never stops owning the shares. They're always theirs. They're ledgerized and in your name digitally. I know it just seems like that will never be the case given that Superstock is the biggest outreach think tank of GME investors and they have not adapted beyond the original DD. Our enemies have. There seems to be a belief that the markets are static, and that, you know, funds are going to just carry around big fucking $billion bags of risk for no reason. March 24th is XRT div payday. What do you see happening to XRT as that date approaches? The X dividend date? I mean, they're going to want to cover outstanding short positions on XRT because they're not going to pay the fucking dividend. It's usually cheaper to cash settle. I mean, XRT does fucking little squeezes every once in a while when they clear out short interest. You look back here, you know, back in last Feb, last March, January, March, here in early November, when those ETF FTDs got cleared out into the November run. There was some clearing out done between December. This might not be. This doesn't really seem like enough volume. I don't know if a lot was cleared here. A little bit. It ran up into like the 90s. But yeah, they clear it out every once in a while. Just waiting for Opex, yeah. People are getting fuddy, reiterating things that have been proven false time and time and time again. Other than that, it's been pretty cool. One of the few green tickers today, bullish. Now we just need a power hour rip to 180. That'd be cool. I'll tell you, it's not happening. What other books are good reads? Securities Analysis, The Intelligent Investor, and Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets are all ones that I've talked about in the past. Yeah, I know there's no such thing as fake and real shares. There's no difference. It's fucking street magic, bro. Literally. You're explicitly wrong, and ComputerShare has it written on their site in words, picture, and interview form. Okay. Did they mention their lien holder obligations to the DTCC as a fast participant? Because I'm not explicitly wrong, dude. I'm very right. Biggest evidence we have proving the short interest ratio is reported wrong. It's hard to prove that the short interest ratio is reported wrong because much of the short interest is held outside of GME through ETFs and in futures contracts. You could show the swap positions and how they manage their risk on the underlying. You could show OBV, that's very visually striking, but not 100% accurate in its perception of the short interest. What do you make of the Delower tweet about a war coming and market structure? Cool. I'm sure Goldman will be very happy to get rid of PFOF. What would be the reason to invest in March options opposed to April? It seems that the lower theta is worth a slight increase in premium. Okay. I mean, that's a risk assessment from you. Fuck me in the pants. You would prefer to take on less risk and pay a little more. So, you know, it sounds like you've figured out what you want to do there. If Jimmy announced moving the shares to blockchain, why wouldn't shares have to be recalled first, potentially? I mean, because, like, if you're an institution and you own shares in GME and they're going to move to blockchain, you'll still own shares in GME, right? So why recall them? You don't need to. It doesn't necessarily trigger a recall. I mean, they can announce a merger, and you know the institutions may not recall their shares. If the merging entity is going to be paid off with GameStop shares, like they don't need to recall. If GameStop is being bought out by someone else, they would recall. I mean, it's just not a mistake. It's just a fact. Lien has nothing to do with the shares. Okay, man. Do you understand how a lien works? Are you a fucking lawyer? Do you have a book recommendation for Wyckoff? Shit, I do. DM me and I'll get back to you. Evan. Because they control the asset, so they can pull it back. Just like Apex was able to pull back the IRA fucking transactions. You guys, you're thinking along the lines that like the DTC and transfer agents are diametrically opposed, and they're not. They work with each other. Do people not understand that the only people an NFT dividend makes happy is apes? Jimmy's a company, it just welcomes unneeded legal scrutiny. I know. I don't think he knows what a lien is. Yeah. Oh, where is it? Directly from the DTC's operational agreements. Unless this certificate is presented by an authorized representative of the Depository Trust Company, a New York corporation, DTC, to issuer or its agent for registration of transfer, exchange, or payment, or any certificate issued is registered in the name of Seed & Co. or such other name as is requested by an authorized representative of the DTC, any payment is made to Seed & Co. or to such other entity as is requested by an authorized representative of the DTC. Any transfer, pledge, or use or other use hereof for value or otherwise by or to any person is wrongful in as much as the registered owner hereof, Seed & Co., has interest herein. If you want Shroomy and you want to reach out, I will DM you whatever pertinent information you want regarding the rest of that. If you want the entire section. But that is the lien agreement for fast participants. Ah, yes, words. For sure, dude. Oh, thank you. That is the chart I needed. Thank you so much, Dork. Okay, so here's where you can see that massive drop off when creation begins going into the November run on XRT. And then this right here is 17th is when it goes on the threshold list. And then short interest has been building ever since. See, as the entropy climbs and it's starting to turn around, it looks like just now. Computer Share manages shit for the DTCC. They are a fast participant, Shroomy Boom. It's not talked about because the DD on DRSing dried up when everyone was like, this is the best way and the only way. No one ever dug deeper. Otherwise, they would have accounted for the fact that ETFs present infinite non-locate shares of GameStop. Liquidity that flies completely in the face of anything DRS does. Isn't it exhausting that anyone can come here and make wrong claims with no proof, and you've got to show them actual evidence to prove them wrong? Yes. And the primary reason everyone cares is they think it does or has a major effect, but it doesn't. entire floats have been DRS'd before and the stocks kept trading, or they were delisted. There's zero evidence of a short squeeze ever occurring because of direct share registration. Can it drive illiquidity? Yeah. Have we seen the effects of it driving illiquidity? No. We're just as illiquid as we were fucking 3 months ago. Actually, we're more liquid. Our average 3-month volume has only gone up. They get you a chart and you call them a dork. That's his name. There's lawyers in here, VWAP, Dan Seipel. A couple. I don't know if any of them work in securities law, but they should be able to understand a basic lien holders agreement. All fast participants are bound to that agreement. And that's the issue. Thanks, Lulu. Couple more days will solidify that trend. It looks like it, yeah. Sorry. Need water. Which kind of announcement would send GME to the moon? Can you think of something like that? Positive EPS. Quarter over quarter, like a big bump in e-commerce sales. If e-commerce sales for GameStop outweigh their retail sales, that would be significant. The announcement of the NFT marketplace, if it's fully fledged and the market decides to immediately realize its value, smaller things like, well, an acquisition, if like Microsoft or Amazon or somebody fairly large decided to try to buy GameStop out, that could be a catalyst. On a smaller scale, the opening of their order fulfillment centers, which I don't think are operational until April. Any big share buy-in, any institution buys in big, it can trigger a collapse in the FTD cycle again. So I would say like 6 million or more shares bought at once, depending on the timing, of course. Going back down to 126. Is your head hair lighter in color? No, I just have a light right here, and so it's reflecting off of it. I have shiny hair. Elena, thanks for noticing. We at 180, will you quit vaping? Probably not. Can I borrow shares and then DRS them? I mean, theoretically, but the transaction would get pulled back. I know there's some lawyers in here, and my 2 3/4 years of law school made me understand the basics of what you said, but it's a very technical definition that most listeners don't get. For name, thank you. Message retracted. My dearest worry is if GameStop were to issue an NFT dividend, a token of an NFT as a dividend, if the float were to be locked up in CS, would they not issue to those shareholders first? Sure, but they have to issue to everyone or they get sued big time. Or they have to issue the cash equivalent. Who gives a shit? Either way. It's not going to happen. They're not going to release a crypto dividend. And as a growth company, they shouldn't release a fucking dividend at all. If Jimmy really is the asymmetric risk people say, doesn't the timing of Ukraine tension and Opex seem strange? E.g., discouraging retail options? I mean, no, I don't think so. I don't think it presents that much risk. You know why? Because if the economy is jeopardized and the value of the dollar is at risk, they will delist the fucking stock and they don't give a shit, right? Like, you're talking about a very extreme scenario, which is highly unlikely to ever occur. But if it were to occur to that extent, they would fucking shut it all down and they don't give a shit what you have to say about it. They don't give a shit about the faith in the market at that point anymore. None of it. And all the other countries that rely on our dollar value would applaud in unison for their decision to do so. Faith in the market goes both ways. If there is massive systemic risk, then they are supposed to address it. If you're a lawyer and you're suing someone, can you represent yourself or do you need to get a lawyer? I mean, you can sue someone and represent yourself and not be a lawyer at all. Smooth. It's a process people are not familiar with. There's a saying for that only a fool acts as their own counsel. Charlie's vids hates on Gherk for making money on YouTube, but Charlie was selling Mazdas a year ago. Now he pushes China stocks on YouTube. Is there any stocks that you know of that aren't part of any ETFs and don't trade options? You could probably find them. Yeah. Interesting. I mean, COS is kind of an example of very low ETF exposure with no options. Buy a softbox for the light. Ooh, I should do that because it's fucking blinding me every day. Time to update Reddit. I mean, I told him we were going to go back down to like 126, 127. Didn't I? What was my last update? Intraday trend is weakening. Looks like we're going to head back down to 126, 127 range. This looks like an attempt to siphon off some of the IV that was building earlier. That was written an hour and 19 minutes ago. It's accurate, right? I don't know what to update there. Like, do I just like go in there and gloat? Like, look at me, I'm right. Seems like a waste of time. There's not going to be an NFT dividend. Just wait for fucking Bastille Day, bro. Just wait. It applies to all fast participants and transfer agents that hold shares ledgerized to the DTC or from the DTC, Evan. I'll also send it to you as well if you want the full context. Please explain to everyone, getting a lawyer is better than not getting one 99.9999999% of the time. The only place where you see more pro se litigants is in the dissolution of marriage and family law stuff, but that's mostly because clients are indigent. Yeah, getting a lawyer is usually better. I mean, small claims court and shit, you don't really probably need one if you know how to structure a case. How close are we to the demand zone? Like right here ish. Wait, how fucking many of these did I just buy? I already had 10 of these? The fuck? Whoops. That's not the one I wanted to buy. Oh well. Where is it? J18. Thanks, Rex. It depends. I think small claims here is like up to $3,000. I know, Subway. Did you get any sleep? A little bit. Don't give DRS people facts and data. They don't know what to do with this. What do you think of PayPal? Is there any point where the price would be worth it? Or is it just a dead business now since eBay dropped them? I don't think it's a dead business, but I'll say that I'm not overly fond of their future. Not what I buy. A couple 200s? I just bought more of these. I should just bought more of them. Son of a bitch. There we go. Loading up. I donated $1,000 to Andrew Mo Money because he said he would buy 2 GME shares with that money. Also, if I donate another 1,000, he will DRS them. That's how we lock the float. Fuck yeah, Frito. What day trading strategy do you trade the most? I have my own. I don't really, probably not any common ones. And you could ask what indicators I look for my strategies, like EMAs, VWAP, RSI, sometimes. You can get oscillators that are like fast moving EMAs with RSI. They're usually paid, but they're not special. Are you expecting to move up next week? Yeah. Or tomorrow. And also some next week. I've been at work with this low volume. Do you expect a more volatile Opex run than a slow move up? It depends what happens tomorrow. If tomorrow's basically flat as well, then yeah, I could see next week being pretty volatile, which is good. I like volatility. That April 510 a pure IV play. Yep. Fuck yeah, Han. That's awesome. Congratulations on your raise. Bad idea to average down 135C 218. You're gonna roll it out? Or are you like buy more of them? That sounds like a terrible fucking idea. How high do you think Ivy will spike? Didn't we cover this earlier? I think we covered this earlier, but in November, we went from 94 to 130, so 40%. Right now we're at 106, so 146% at the money. In August, we went way higher. Well, not way higher, but it went up way more. I think in August it went from shit. It's August. August it went from 97. Actually, August was about the same. Let me see if I can zoom in on this. 96 to 143. So a little bit more in August. In June, we went up to like 200%. Do you expect futures rollover? And will swap data show that? We'll find out. We don't really have swap data for the futures, like a futures rollover period. They only gave us through November, from November till now. And really what we want to see is the swap data from March and June of last year to know what to look for. What kind of return do you look for on 510Cs? How quick to exit? I'm looking at like 380% about. That's my goal on them. No, out of the money calls. They're also farther dated out of the money calls, but they're more sensitive to Vega. So they're more sensitive to change in IV. Looks like some shorting finally. Say the volume's about average for the day. What is our volume for the day? Where is it? Why is it not here? There it is. 787,000 volume today. I mean, this just looks like an exact repeat of November 18th. If we look at this on like the 30-minute, and then if we go to November 18th, is it? There it is. This is November 18th, so like moved up in the morning and then down into the late afternoon and then recovered into close. And then today doesn't look much different. Similar shit going on. April 510 on a move to like 160 and a bump in IV yields better returns, Oni Addict. What's our price like November 18th? It's not about the price, right? It's about the percentage gain. Where did you write about Feb Opex? I couldn't find it on your profile. The Book of MOASS, I described the Opex cycles in detail. It's about family. You split away DRS doesn't matter, but options do. I mean, neither one matters. In what regard? In causing MOASS? I mean, options only matter in causing MOASS if enough people use them. Much like DRS. Options just present a far cheaper, more reliable way of doing it. I thought you wrote something explicitly about this Feb Opex. I've written about it in my daily DDs quite a lot. But no, the Opex dates just occur every quarter. I mean, there'll be one in March or May too, and there'll be one in fucking August and November. They just continue ad infinitum until they no longer yield price increases. Why the utilization pile on? The utilization started spiking after XRT was thresholded. So once XRT went on the so we were looking at that entropy drop on XRT from October through December 17th. In direct relation to that, from December 17th on, short utilization goes up on GameStop. It's ad infinitum. Given low FTDs today, lack of anything else to drive momentum, wouldn't today have been a good day to pre-hedge Opex? No, today's a good day to crush IV and drop the price. Tomorrow's a good day to pre-hedge Opex. If they need to. They may not need to pre-hedge it, or they may not want to if they have an entropy swap in place. God, this is all so much shit to explain. This could just be options, right? It could also just be the SPY dropping. Yeah, we're just tracking the SPY. Active fund management. I think you push down this Opex run after a peak. XRT is THED. Utilization is 100%. Cost to borrow is highest in the year. I mean, the cost to borrow is essentially still nothing, right? It's like 1.8%, 1.5, 1.8. Opex clears their obligations. So that's the period at which they clear the obligations from the previous quarter. So they're all fresh after that. Unless their obligations continue, or they need to clear more of them, which is where we think they use the entropy swaps. So then they just profit off of clearing their own obligations. Or net neutral, right? They clear all the obligations while profiting off of the increase in price, yielding no income, but no loss. NATO and US keep warning of imminent Russian attack as they have enough forces in place. LMT, NOC, other military stocks rising. Oil stock also doing well. Yeah, it's good for the economy to do the posturing and the feather rufflings. How will you know when an entropy swap is in effect? If they keep running the price or they spike IV really hard. If they hold entropy swaps, does that make rolling futures more or less likely? More. Like the period we identify as a futures roll, I mean, it could be futures being rolled, but it could also be them just clearing as many obligations as possible while they have an entropy swap in place and then closing it by the time the roll date approaches. Explain like I'm 3. You want to make money off of something that's going up in value, but you don't want to be exposed to the speed at which it goes up. Ugh, that's not... Explain like I'm 5. Fuck. That's tough. It's tough to explain entropy swaps to a 5-year-old. You'd almost think that these positions were designed by like PhDs in math and physics. You have a like a bad apple and you need to go to the market and buy fresh apples. But the more apples you buy, the more apples cost. And an entropy swap allows you to buy as many apples as you want without the cost of those apples increasing. Fuck, I'm good. I did it. That's the best I can do. I don't care if you don't like apples. Go fuck yourself. That's what. Clip it and ship it. I have an apple tree. What mean? Prime lender. Well, because as the supply drops and the price increases, you gain the value of your apples also increases. So you're driving the demand up on the own apples that you're buying. So you're saying the stock is inside of the computer. I clipped it. Jesus. Well, when you start getting into the how, Shroomy Boom. Well, I just explained it, actually. Who's the counterparty and the loser on an entropy swap? Well, the counterparty makes money based on how quickly the value of the apples goes up. So they don't want to make money off the value of the apples. They want to make money off the speed at which the price of the apples increase. So if I understand correctly, Apple goes up equals hedgy's fuck. I mean, you're not wrong. Apple's the most heavily weighted stock in basically every ETF. You're not bullish on apples if you're the counterparty. You're bullish on the Apple market. You're bullish on people needing a lot of apples all at once. Like nobody's had apples for a really long time, and you want to make money off everybody needing apples all at once. Difference between a call option and an entropy swap? Well, leverage and exposure to long volatility. I got a little bit of sleep last night. Well, that's kind of how they hide the short position, right? Is they have a truckload of these shit apples, but then they have this piece of paper and they're like, no, these apples are fresh. And everyone's like, oh, guy's got a bunch of fresh apples, I guess. They don't look fresh, but fucking paper says they are. And that's why SI doesn't get reported. Giving the spy some Zoloft. GME dead? No. When you say T+6 is the indicator for if we have a futures roll or not, is that T+6 from T+2 or from the day they start running? From Opex. So T+6 from Opex. So 6 trading days after Opex. So not T+2, right? But 6 trading days later, we could have some indication of if we were going to continue to see upwards price movement. Based on your description, it sounds like both sides of the entropy swap benefit as long as the cost of apples goes up very quickly. Yes. One benefits from the cost of the apple going up, and the counterparty benefits from the velocity that the price of apples go up. Explain ETF creation with apples. Oh Jesus. This one's harder. You go to the Apple store and they give you a bunch of apples that are the same as the apples they have. As long as you can have those apples for 6 days, as long as you return those apples or pay them cash for those apples you borrowed. But if you say that those are good apples, then they'll give you an extra 35 days to return those apples. And at the end of those 35 days, if you give them cash, they'll go out and buy the apples back themselves and replace the apples that you initially borrowed. But in reality, they just keep it and pretend like the apples you borrowed never existed. How was that, turd? Solid? That's operational shorting via apples. I'm done with the Apple shit. Any idea why RRP have somewhat stabilized around 1.6 trillion since 2022? No more liquidity being pumped into the market? Also, who cares? RRP is irrelevant. Stretch this metaphor to its limits. I already have. There's no secret message in me using apples for my example. Any other fruit would have sufficed as well, or object. Why do you laugh when dip? It's funny. IV's going up. That's cool. Hmm. Why are you sad when dip? Who cares? The fucking price doesn't matter, right? Are there people really sitting around just being sad because we're down fucking $3? We're only down $1 from where we opened. Don't tell me how to live. Sad because we're down 380. 360. It's because people wanted boom today, but I was very specific in my daily DD that a boom was unlikely. Now I'll update. Good to get the price back down to max pan for them. You know what's funny is my upvote rate. Here's the fun thing. My upvote rate on the daily between 9 and 4 p.m. is always like 80%, right? And then after 4 p.m., it goes up to like 100, like almost 100. It goes up to like 90, like 97%. Why do the shills only work business hours? Like, it doesn't even make sense, right? Most people should be like at work or doing shit because it's the daytime. That's just when we get home and activate our upvote bots. Don't do that. I want to know the true value. What I don't understand is people downvoting comments that do nothing but simply thank you or whatnot. It's like, really? It is like, really? Flotinix. I'm here trolling almost every day while I should be working. Am I a shill? I just assumed that your Philadelphia wife was rich. And that you're like a kept man. Free cheesesteaks and a Philadelphia home. Was I wrong? I have a confession. I don't like this stream. I don't care, man. I don't even care if you like this stream, frankly. I still have to work for my GME money. She cuts off the allowance at meme stocks. Have you extrapolated on the ability to grow that allowance? You need to expound on the benefits. If we're tracking off November, how much more of a dip you think we can see today before tomorrow's rip? I think 2 p.m. This would be about it. Maybe a little flat and then up into close. If it tracks exactly, that'd be funny. But funny but sad. What out of the money strikes? What out of the money strikes are attractive for playing volatility for Opex? I bought 100 April 510s. I like those. They seem okay. And if nothing happens or volatility doesn't spike as high as I want, they'll still get good value. I mean, they're sensitive enough that they went up on this drop. I bought a bunch of them here, and they're up. So what date are we on if compared to November? The 18th? I mean, if nothing happens all through next week, I'll lose like $800. It's not like that big of a deal, right? Did Sens die off or did it keep doing things? Because it still looks like garbage. How much was this option in November? Hmm. This is just January. When were these open? Jesus. Oh, here's hoping. How much further do you think the SPY could slip? Where's it at? Hmm. It's kind of like right at this resistance. It could turn around. I might trade some volume here, but it's really not even trading that much volume at these prices. Like most of the volume today is above 442. So yeah, I'd say it could bounce. There's a lower range here, but I don't have it highlighted right now. Like if you moved out to these, like the lower volume range of this trend, that's not it. So but that range is mostly consolidating, I think. Yeah. So hold on, I gotta think. Ah. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think it's going to drop much lower. If it does, like 437, 436, this range here. What's the highest IV you've seen for GME? I think it hit 500 in January percent at the money. Something like that. It was fucking ridiculous. What was it? 535% at the money it hit. Fucking absurd IV. Yeah. Ooh. What's our put to call ratio looking like? Not all that impressive. Positive, but not much. Our call ratio is breaking a little to the upside. You know, our call ratio is almost at. Call ratio is like fairly close to what it was in early March. Like moving into March Opex, it's very similar. That's kind of cool. Ooh, big shorts. Someone DRS'd 481,000 GME shares. No, they fucking didn't. Should make you a stream card of a purple circle where you've DRS'd 1 billion shares. If it says 100% locked, I just don't want to stir up the shit. There's no point. Like, why argue it, right? If they wanted to fucking DRS, who gives a shit? If holding GME ETFs, if you're not allowed to directly own securities, a viable alternative investment strategy, if you still want exposure to GME Boom Boom. You're not going to get as much exposure to GME Boom Boom. Like way drastically less exposure. Can you even sell covered calls through computer share? You cannot. I only get angry about the misinformation that surrounds all of it. I don't care if people DRS. It doesn't affect me at all. $50K borrowed. We know where it went. Yep, right there. It was good. They got it just below max pain briefly. I think that may have been the goal. Everyone here is smarter than Dr. Trimbath. I mean, Trimbath has repeatedly described that DRSing is not going to cause a short squeeze. She wants nothing to do with the short squeeze. She wants investors to empower themselves, which good on them. Like, if that's the empowerment they're seeking in the market, awesome. Her cause is a bit more noble. Doesn't it take like 16 FTD cycles to sell a single share on computer share? No. They just have a sell button like everyone else. Reverse short and distort by RC next week. Good GME news on Opex. NFT content being secured by the 21st places him well. Thanks for everything. No problem, MF Money. I mean, good. I mean, if they make an announcement next week, it could only catalyze what's already in place. Volkswagen squeeze occurred due to 74.1% of the float locked through DRS. No, it just occurred because Porsche said we own 74.1% of the float, 30% of which was with options, not DRS at all, dude. You can't DRS an option. And a large chunk, 30% of Porsche's ownership in Volkswagen, or 23% of Porsche's ownership in Volkswagen, was through call contracts, options contracts. So it's horseshit. Also, held in a holding company's name is not the same as DRS. Wouldn't someone holding close to 500K of a company with less than 25 million free float constitute institutional holdings, something like that, because it's a significant percentage of the float? No, you'd have to own more than 5%. And our free float is 62.88 million. So 500,000 shares does not constitute, does not require a filing of any sort. What are those massive yellow golden spikes on your WeBull chart a few minutes ago? What indicator was that? I rewinded the stream and I couldn't figure it out. Sorry for asking. That was just VWAP. Oh, that was, yeah, dude, that was just VWAP on, I was looking at a contract chart. The Porsche squeeze on Volkswagen was an orchestrated event. It was an intentional squeeze. They did that shit on purpose. It wasn't like an accident. No, they're institute. I mean, they're just held in the street name of the holding company. So the same way your brokerage holds your shares in their street name, but it is not ledgerized to a transfer agent away from Seed and Co. there are caveats on things like restricted stock. Did Porsche or VW related ever get in trouble by any regulatory agency for initiating the short squeeze? No. Not that I know of. I mean, there was investigations, I think, and stuff, but I mean, you can go buy stock. It's not illegal. You can buy all of it if you want to. I wish Kirk had CCs. I'm in a meeting. I have no idea what's going on. I'm sorry, dude. So if I run them, it puts like a massive lag on the stream, like 30 seconds. And a 30-second lag on a stock stream is ridiculous, right? I would say disingenuous, even. Shady as fuck. Even better. I know all eyes on GME, but I thought you might want to know cats dipping. I see it. I actually have a limit order in place that should fill if I did my math right when it hits 195. As long as IV isn't too elevated, which I don't think it should be. Is this them trying to bring the price down so they have Lex Gex going into Opex? Probably just them trying to bring the price down so it's cheaper to cover into Opex. Today's a very low exposure day, so they're going to try to retrace any of the price action that they can from the previous couple days, or as much as they can from the previous couple of days before we move into this exposure. Looks like SLD is back on the menu. It does, doesn't it? Who? Who the fuck is Ben Shapiro? Are you out of none, some, or all of your VIX position? My VIX hedge is still in place, but the position I was playing on it, I closed. I closed when my futures were still up. I don't think they would have been up much more today than they were when I closed them yesterday. I mean, like 100 basis points. The VIX isn't like rocketing today or anything. Abort mission, turn around right now. You don't need to know. Okay. Spy predictions tomorrow. We'll see if it bounces off of this floor it's on right now. You ever go back and forth on if white cheddar is delicious or gross? I like a nice sharp white. It's not gross. Is it the color that bothers you? I'll be honest. Cheddar and American and their white varieties are not cheeses I enjoy very much. I would much rather have a yellow version. I have no problem with white cheese, like, but yeah, I don't think there's anything different with the consistency. They're the same. They're just not the same color, right? Good American cheese? I mean, American cheese is just like a super mild cheddar. There's pasteurized cheese product that's not cheese. But if you like go to a deli and get American cheese, that's a cheese. They're different. Not like Kraft singles. That's fucking disgusting. I had cheese curds in, was that Minnesota, I think? Deli style American cheese has some of the best melting properties. It really does. There's a place for everything, and American cheese has found its place. Cheese curds aren't real unless they squeak when eaten. They do kind of have like a rubbery consistency. Cream cheese on hot dogs? No. I'm not fucking around with that. Some days I just don't want to write the daily DD. This is bullish looking, by the way. This descending like scallop. This is a nice trend reversal. Buy pressure is mounting. I love Gruyere. I like to take like fresh baguette and layer it with like shaved ham with Dijon mustard and then just Gruyere, and then you just pop it like under the broiler and just let it just it's good shit. It's simple but delicious. Butter the bread before you put the ham down. I decided to don't fucking watch the ticker today, and this happened. What's going on? Any news? No, just down. We barely traded any volume today. It's just low FTDs, and they're putting some pressure into dropping the price probably before covering tomorrow. We're turning around now, and we're barely down, like $4 from open, right? $3 from open. How French of you? Is it? It is, right? Jambon. Ham Gruyere, Dijon, sauerkraut now. I've been gone for a few days. I watched a YouTube video from a very intelligent sounding guy that says you actually don't know anything. Is this true? I mean, if you saw it on YouTube, it could only be correct. I saw that bump. I decided to buy my next week 150s, more March 150s and 200s. And then when I went to buy my 130 weeklies tomorrow, April 510s, got yelled at for not having money to trade. Just settled cash. Officially front ran hug. Thanks, Pickle Morty. They're going to short us? They're going to break it. Fuckers. There's so much accumulation going on right now. Look at all these fucking buy orders. Is this the same broiler as you do? No, just like the regular broiler setting. You don't need to go too crazy. But the steam from the ham and the Dijon mustard help keep the bread moist in the center and the cheese, right? But like the outside gets very nice and crispy. It's phenomenal. That's and simple. Jambon beurre. Sliced ham and butter. Yeah. Similar, but with the grilling. If you can get like a nice like rosemary ham or something, that really fucking bumps it up a notch. If you're feeling fancy. Like if you want a fancy ham and cheese. So Pi isn't Persian, he's Parisian. Has anyone heard of Charlie's videos? I can't say I have. Is that the thing where the infant bites the other infant? What's going on with SST? Nothing? Ooh. Short squeezing? Maybe? But really, really fucking slowly? Could be institutional buying, a large amount of it. They have like any announcements or anything? I don't want to dig into it. I don't care. Bids at 123.35. Ask is at 123.72. Spreads like 40 cents. Hi, I'm looking for an online panhandler to donate to. I was sent here. This the place? You got it, man. What are your thoughts on investing in ETFs? You remember saying that you don't like them. Yeah, I really don't like them anymore. I still own ETF shares, but yeah, not a big fan. It's better to just build your own diversified portfolio if that's what you want. And spend a little time actively managing your own money so that you don't get robbed by ETF agents as they pilfer the gains off your stock. Favorite chef to watch on video? Jacques Pepin is pretty awesome. I think that's how it's pronounced. Oh, why can't I think of his name? God damn it, the Good Eats guy. I like him. I don't like any of his recipes, but I like him. Is Baba the real play today? No. Isn't Munger just buying more? I thought he was like fucking loading up big. I'm looking at art. Oh. And NBBO has like a 15-cent spread right now. Alton Brown. Now that you're a confirmed French shill, it's time to show your true colors and wear a view-up beret. No. The dish I described isn't even French. Gruyere is a Swiss cheese, right? Is it Swiss or Swedish? It's one of those. Descending scallop? Follow-up. Descending scallops have a higher probability of turning into ascending scallops. Interestingly, no. So descending scallops have about the same probability of breaking down. You have to look for accumulation during this period. If accumulation looks good, then they have a pretty good chance of moving up. And for this, you really want a good order book, probably better than even this one's probably fine, but there's better order books. French Swiss, Swiss French, not Swiss German. Charlie Munger is a parasite trying to excuse the lives he's consumed to feed his unquenchable greed. That's dramatic. I thought he was just like an old fat guy. Any new thoughts on Jimmy shot up 30% after hours on January 6th? I read your DD from Jan 7 about retail getting into options, but wonder if there's any new developments. Yeah, we found a negative delta exercise of like 4.2 million in shares, and it's likely that the after hours movement we saw was the hedging of that exercise. The follow-up shit with the fucking news articles and stuff was suspicious, to say the least. We still don't really know what they did with them. I mean, I'm guessing satisfy FTDs. Get a PO box so we can send you increasingly silly VWAP headwear. 1.5k, 218, 125 put spot today. That's what I figured. There wasn't a lot of share borrow. There was some share borrowing going on, but not a lot. Most of it was right here. This was like that 50,000 share borrow. And they're probably trying to cover that now. I want to send you pickle plushies. Oh god, I don't have. You know what? I don't want that shit in my house. Don't do that. I finally just got all the decorative stuffed things out of my house. Fucking pillows and throws. Oh, I don't need any more bullshit. I don't want anything soft. Jayfer should print out his pickle pics and mail them to your PO box. This is what I'm afraid of. People like Charlie sending me mail bombs, Jayfresh sending me dick pics in the mail. Is trading stocks considered self-employment? No. It's just considered nothing. You're, as far as the IRS is concerned, if you're a day trader, you're unemployed. If you trade like an LLC or out of a fund, that's different. Like if you pay yourself a salary, then you can tell people that you're not a degenerate. Can you be a day trader and claim unemployment? I don't know about that. That seems illegal. I would, yeah. Well, oh, maybe not. Is it? So day trading is considered capital gains, which are not a form of employment or income. I'm not sure. I don't see why you would need unemployment or food stamps if you're a successful day trader. Narrator, it was illegal. Yeah, you also have to be fired to receive unemployment from a job that you held. That's your mistake. We're not successful day traders. I don't know. That sounds fucking shady as fuck to me. Fun fact, even if you choose, please withhold my taxes on unemployment in New York, New York will still come back and say we didn't withhold enough. So you put unemployed or YouTube influencer on your apartment application? I just showed them my bank account. Yeah, that sounds like fraud, right? Like I don't want to just come out and call someone a fraud, but that sounds like fraud. Yeah, you've pictured it pretty correctly, actually, Trash. What's that ring on my finger? I don't have a ring on my finger. Fucking get rid of that. You should talk to your lawyer about incorporating because of trading and YouTube revenue. Yeah, I know. Fake hand. Can you see the scallop on this? Yeah. So if I go out on the 5 minute, how far can I go back? Hold on. Trying to see if we can see November 18th on the 5 minute, because I want to see if it's just exactly the fucking same. Hold on. I gotta go way up. It is. It's the exact same shit. These guys are so fucking. They have no creativity whatsoever. It is kind of cringe, right? Fucking mix it up. You should for real talk to your lawyer and your account about opening a corporation for capital gains and YouTube revenue. I know. I have. I'm aware. We had a 4-day week the week of November Opex also. Except the holiday was at the end instead of the beginning. Will this drop indicate they're not pre-hedging this time? I mean, we experienced a similar drop before the pre-hedging last November. No, we're still in range. They're gonna slam us down now tomorrow. Thanks. I'm not sure, Scriv. I've never traded that on here. I wonder if like when those price closes at max pain at the end of the week, if they all just like high five each other at the market makers at the end of the day, and they're like, max gain, bro. You know, JC. I would give more, but the kids are already eating ramen tonight, and you don't have any kids. Thank you, I appreciate it. Don't eat ramen. Save your money. Don't give it to me. Is that not you, Han? It's a fake Han. I wonder if Kenny and Gabe Plotkin just like sit side by side in armchairs at the end of the week, furiously masturbating each other to the closing price. I feel like that's a thing that would happen, right? 1000% they do. Is a juvenile frag called a fregling or a freglet? Are they shorting us again? Like a little bit. Went up. I don't know. Tomorrow? All in after hours. We're gonna run to 250 and we're gonna open at 110. Arca stuck at 128. I'll pay attention to the order book, and I mean, there's NYSE orders coming in at 122. Maybe you need to fucking refresh your thing. November 5-minute chart. Need to feel something again. You overlay? I can't. You can't. I don't know how to overlay shit in here. Been down ever since the wife ran off and left me with the kids. This fake hand banana's weirding me out. Fix your name. Is that Dr. K? It's probably Dr. K. I'm not surprised your wife left you after feeding her this fucking hamburger pies. Good on her. When you say it's like November, does that mean a run into close? I saw green candles when you showed November. There was a run into close in November. It doesn't mean we'll do that again. That's just what happened in November. A lot of the other price action looks similar though. Do you attribute most of the market's red today to SLD? I don't think this is all about Ukraine fear anymore. No, I don't think it's just that. I think it's fucking Bullard running around telling everybody they want to raise rates to 1 when fucking the minutes from yesterday clearly show that they're just aiming at 0 with a potential for 0.25. There's been several times that a fake hand banana donated to you on Ko-Fi. I'm a firm believer that if you deduct the fake donation from hand's total, it's per user. It's not just like they type in hand. Bought the dip again. Looks like the kids will be eating a single grain of rice for dinner for the next few nights. Thanks, Evaniani. If we don't mimic November exactly, I'm going to cast Runic Glory on your potted plants. I don't have any potted plants. So good luck. My wife is going to divorce me if the price doesn't go to 250 this year. Should I start looking for a lawyer? Why are you spelling it that way? Don't spell it phonetically. Or with caps to try to make it phonetic. It's just, that's how it's pronounced. You don't run around going, oh, look at that guy, he's breaking the law. Last January, how close were you to smoking real cigarettes again? Not at all. Fake donation fund. Hand Banan fund to the moon. Thank you, Synthetic Hand Banan. 10 months of membership, and I just found out you're shilling plutonium. Everyone knows you need uranium for the gamma squeeze. Thanks, Truth State.
When did I shill plutonium? I definitely shilled uranium for like 5 years from now. I don't even know if that's shilling. That's just like you could buy this at pretty much any point for a while, and something may or may not happen with it. They fucking knew that the fucking inflation was going to come out at 7%, dude. Usually they'd start covering tomorrow instead of Monday. Break it up. Dilute. The more days they use to cover, the better for them. My girlfriend has started saying, if no MOASS, you get no ass. It's okay. You always have OnlyFans, Velvet. Will the real hand banan please stand up? Is one run from 100 to 250 with calls same as one run up to 175 with calls and puts on the crash back down? No. So the runs, horn banan. The runs are more volatile than the drops, right? So the IV profits from the runs are far exceed anything you would make on puts on the drops. Unless they drop it $200 or $150 like last time, $170. That's a different story. Those are hard as fuck. No, this dip is from Charlie's vid's ever expanding free float, moving infinitely towards its heat death. Just found out my wife's having a girl, so naturally I bought 510s. Congrats, turd. I hope they print and you can be a good dad. If they don't, you can just run away. Can we find out what connection there is to James Bullard and Ken Griffin? Or is that going to get my car blown up? Charlie threatened to get behind Girk twice? What does that mean? It sounds really, really super sexual and homoerotic. If Charlie's into that, though, that's cool, right? Like, we don't judge people. Bread. Puts same as shares. Shares like puts when go down. Charlie's trying to get behind you. He's got to wait in line, bro. He doesn't know. I judge people. You shouldn't. Just let people do whatever the fuck they want, because it doesn't matter. You can't evade. I'm gonna FTD this Power Hour song as long as they're gonna FTD my end of day price bump. What's your favorite color of knuckle dusters? Hot metallic pink. I am now hoping for slightly more down, so my 130s for Feb 25th will fill. What have you turned me into? Nothing. You did this all on your own. Charlie strikes me as the kind of guy that's very accepting of other people's sexual choices. So I think we should be equally accepting of his desire to get behind me. I'm a good-looking man, you know, and I get it. Oh, you can fuck right off, chicken tender daddy. He likes a little meat with his potatoes. MacD touching tips on the 5. Cool. I think we have some room for. I want to look at something real quick. Yeah, we're good. I'm not concerned. Bullish. Quick discounts. What roast? I didn't roast anybody. Supposedly they closed deposits Wednesday. But I still think that drags out into Friday. I need to dig more into SLD and why this is. I don't know if it's that they close the deposits and then sell positions to match until Friday. Or if like deposits are closed Friday, but they have or Wednesday, but they have until Friday to fully submit them. There's more to it than just it closes Friday or Wednesday. Are you gonna let Charlie get behind you for the only dans because it's the crossover none of us want to see? No. I don't like being in front. Yeah. I'm not a front for BlackRock. Been rejecting off the 50 MA on the daily. That's been resistance, especially no options to push it through and hold it. Yeah. No FTDs either, really. What do you think for an over-under of the VIX by close? Might hit 29 again.
I did not tell my prospects at the speed dating event that I was unemployed. I just told them I was an equity options trader, high risk derivatives trader. You've got to make it sound fucking exciting. Nobody knows what a fucking equity option is. So you have to throw some adjectives on that shit, man. Up your game. This isn't preschool. Fuck you, turd. Don't say you're a hedge fund manager. Just say you're a fund manager, right? Then it's not a lie because you do manage your own, however paltry funds. Don't lie, you'll get caught. Embellish, but don't lie. Good to know, Viwapopotamus. Sometimes I'm fickle when it comes to your pickle. I'd tickle it to a trickle for a nickel. Man, that's a limerick. Pickle pickup artists. No toilet wine. That's not happening. Why do people discuss their money with their wives? Don't you have your own money? How does this wife thing work? Were you like... I've had girlfriends. I wasn't like, hey, my bank account's not looking that great this week. I just didn't tell them about it at all. How do you think I get my money? I mean, if she's like, how much money do you have? Be like, it's a secret. Don't you just say shit like, don't you trust me? Act offended. Thank you, Trash. That's a woman's tactic? That's called how's that gaslighting? That's just politics. Listen, if you're living with somebody and you can't tell them about your degenerate options plays, you fucked up somewhere.
Do you ever rage buy? No. Why are you being like this? That would just be like a being like what response, right? You're not gonna win any arguments that way. I would just be like, you remember when you were you were gonna divorce me, and you thought you were getting 50%? Well, guess what 50% of 0 is? And then I would laugh and leave. Fody, welcome to Billionaires. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah.
That wasn't, the Lara bar wasn't rage, that was justice.
Get the cash in advance cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon, man.
Oh, you got the whole shebang, Fody. All of it.
Got the van GG on a CNBC.
Welcome back, you paper-handed bitch.
Might be apes, but we ain't that joke. Motherfucker trade this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo.
Here we go. See, it's doing the same thing all over again. This whole thing is fake and moderately predictable. What's up, Vic? Yeah, what about this market coming in and doing stuff? Your opinion, do you think they could cover all of Opex in one day? If they want to halt the stock a bunch and draw a ton of attention to it. Peg you long with a big pink dong all night long, bang a gong, love Charlie's vid songs. Thanks, Nada Dan Hanbanan. Damn straight you have to donate if you want me to play you songs. Sleep Tech and Value. I'm not your fucking DJ. In your opinion, do you think you could cover all OPEX in one day? Or would it take multiple days? It could take a couple. Would you ever give a Lara bar to your lawyer? Only if you overbilled me. In your next stream, where the fuck? You know, I've actually tried to buy a monocle in the past. I can't find any good ones. I can only find ones that are like, I want to get a blue light monocle, and I'll just do this in the stream all day. So you expect 140, 160 through OPEX conservatively? Yeah. Sometimes down, but never out. Don't stop, won't stop. GameStop. I said it. How much for Taylor Swift? This is the real Hambanan, by the way. I'm not gonna play T Swift. I'm not a Swiftie. I can't stand her. She's insipid. I know you do. It's fine. And just like that, Pickle Financial lost 3 more viewers. And there was peace. You just triggered Han so hard. No, I didn't. She already knows my feelings about Taylor Swift. Also, Han, stop giving me your fucking money.
If you get a monocle, where are you gonna find a top hat that says view up? I figured I'd just draw it on there with chalk. We had so much fun. There was 600 viewers. None of these shills in here trying to get me to give them financial advice or fucking complain about how the stock didn't go up the way they wanted it to. Like I'm the short. Pricks. It's me. Thanks for letting us know, Huang. Huang? Hoang? I pronounce it. In your opinion, are you the short? I don't have any short positions on GameStop. No? That's not true, Han. This is the internet. Everything is either for or against the thing that the person judging likes. Would you consider doing indicator of the week? No, I wouldn't. Thanks for asking though, Stefan. Fuck Taylor Swift. Ramen is the way. Flambe away, you Parisian pickle. Thank you so much, fake hand banana. You know, sometimes I wonder if all the fake hand bananas are just the real hand banana. What's up, Ben? Where the fuck have you been, dude? You wanna go dumpster diving later? No thanks, Dan Banan. I'm way bigger than Taylor Swift. Okay, Miley Cyrus, tone it down. Did they run PM for November Opex? No, it was just flat. Flat until Friday, and then it went up. You're all a figment of my imagination, average Joe. And Batan. You've been ignoring my 20 comment gems every day. I have not. Maybe you got fucking... Did you get blocked? YouTube apparently can just remove people from chat. Y'all remember I made that bitch famous, right? Okay, I don't, what is going on here? Bendy Shaft has been shadow banned. I mean, I haven't seen you pop up in the chat in some time. YouTube equals shill. Hashtag confirmed. Thanks, Gaff, for your enlightening words. What else? Whatever would we do without you here to eat your kava and make bearish comments? Is this Fidelity Options Desk? No. Here's one more word 3 times. CNS, CNS, CNS. You're just loving this shit, aren't you? Gaff, if you want, we can schedule some time this weekend and you can talk about CNS to the public. We can discuss how much you love it and what an efficient system it is. How it makes all the FTDs go poof. That there aren't any real obligations in the market because nothing being traded is real. CNS isn't real. It's a system designed to ensure that things like short squeezes never fucking happen. It's pretty good at its job. You know what it is? It's just because you're not very likable, Gaff. When I first met you, I was like, who's this self-righteous prick? And then I got to know you and realized that although you were a self-righteous prick, you were a likable one. Is CNS abused? No. It's like the stock market's like a little engine that could. It never gives up. It never surrenders. No, like all systems, it can be overloaded. Do you know anything about the algorithm described by one of the listeners on the Astro YouTube channel? I heard him about it on Houston, but I'm too smooth to understand the concept. You probably shouldn't get your stock market advice from the guy from Sling Blade. Mm-hmm. You know? Yeah, that was horse shit. A big pile of horse shit. Nonsense. One person was crazy. The other person probably scamming people. And you ended up with the beautiful picture that they painted of the God algorithm. Stealing from our poor dear apes. Try these vids. You're just mad because you can't steal more. You'll get there one day. You're not very likable, so it's tough, but I saw your invite on Grindr, but it's not really my deal, man. I don't want to download the app or use your referral link. Don't let him behind you. I didn't call him gay. Stop stealing my money, you sexy little grifter, yeah. Don't tease me with a good time if you walk down Cyple. I've been confirmed shill for 9 months after once being referred to as the god tier DD author and the hero the apes need, but being called likable by a pickle man is the highlight. You're welcome. Here I was terrified that I was missing out on April 510 action, but turns out your boy bought those beauties on the 11th like a cool guy. No one front runs me. Return of the 510 King. Hug. Pickle Morty. Thank you so much, Pickle Morty. Morty. Turn myself into a Pickle Morty. I'd rather pump stocks on YouTube than sell fucking used cars. Actually, no. Technically, used cars have done better this year than stocks. That was a bad move. Have you guys seen the inflation numbers? Fuck. Now that's a percentage-based commission position, so it's could have been a good year. How long is resistance and support solid at a volatile stock? As long as the same participants are in. Used car being worth more than new cars is an arbitrage opportunity. You drive it off the lot, sell it to someone else, instant profit. What kind of world are we living in? What kind of cars would you sell? None. Damn, Elena, you gonna take that from someone from New Jersey? I'm just stirring up shit. Just the car bubble. I prefer to think you'd sell adult-sized Tonka trucks and throw in a six-pack if someone needed a harder sell. I'm doing taxes right now, and I'm on the entertainment part. I subscribed to Charlie's OnlyFans. Not impressed. Even my accountant said it doesn't count as entertainment. See, you should have thrown that money away. You should have thrown that money at my only calves. At least you would have gotten your money's worth. What you think? Spy gap up after hours PM? Maybe. If it's over. Have we seen the worst of it yet? The market knows what I know, and I know nothing. The worst of what? Bullard going on every talk show he can get on and fucking chanting 1% raise. Yeah, Bullard's just, you know what he's doing? He's shit talking. He's just going around and shit talking the Fed. Did you guys ever have one of those friends in high school that would like say nasty shit about you to like girls you liked behind your back because they liked them also? That's who Bullard is. He's that guy. This is a political move. Oh, absolutely. Today I learned I am Bullard. Girls do it too. Maybe more. I don't know. But some dudes do it also. I selected my friends carefully so that I'd always be hotter than them. That way their trash talking wouldn't work out. Smart. Playing the long game. Wait, you guys had friends in high school? Yeah. At this point, it's okay to not have friends in high school. Is this a bullhorn? No. Probably a straddle. If there was like a massive amount of volume and no price change, straddle. What's the saddest thing you realized when you grow up? That you're just hurtling towards death. When you buy deep in the money, do you make more than at the money if your intentions are not to exercise? No, I mean technically contracts that are deep in the money have the least extrinsic value, right? And so they're all intrinsic value. So the deeper in the money they are, the more they just act like the stock itself. They don't really have a lot of exposure to those extrinsic value factors. And so for profitability, calls that are out of the money are more profitable, but far more risky, right? I'm not getting existential. I've accepted it. I'm old. Has anyone ever clipped the burps into the mic and created a symphonic burp compilation yet? If not, they should. What burps? I didn't burp. I yawn a lot. Hurtling towards death. Sounds edgy. Accurate. Santa isn't real. Can I get existential? Only if you promise not to have a crisis. Don't worry about it. I think I've heard you burp into the mic once. I'm pretty convinced that you've been a bot this whole time because it's just unnatural. I don't create lots of gas as a person. I'm not very gassy. That's not true. I eat lots of fibrous foods and I take fibrous supplements or fiber supplements. I don't fart on stream. Why is the market being gay? That's how it was born. Best way to eat cabbage? There's a lot of different ways to eat cabbage. Charlie said you wear a diaper on stream because that's what real traders do. Am I right? No. Are quarterly expiration dates the same for all stocks, or do different stocks have different quarterly expiration dates? They all have different ones. Well, regular stocks do. You're fine, Fody. I don't give a shit, man. Thanks for resubbing. You think the cat fire sale is because of the market dip? No news on it. I don't know. Probably. Dow's down. You still holding your spy straddle? The short leg? Is this a good entry point on DDS? For shares, it could be a good deal. Down hard today. Can we not curse in chat? I don't know. Did my cat order fill? It definitely should have. Let me see. Yes. Huh. Filled at 3:45. Huh. I guess maybe must have been right here on this candle. Fuck. It felt like a little high. I didn't think I patted it that much. Hey. Thanks, Kirk, for all the wrinkles you given me in regards to Opex. I don't understand how internalizing from the past few months turns into Opex volume action. No, it's the obligations due. Gene Crisper. As far as volume, I don't know what we're gonna see. Price action, I think 140 to 160. Maybe if we get some solid volatility, we'll see like a test of 180. If we get FOMO, we could go higher, but I don't think we will. Not too much. We're trading too low. Do you think they will attach me for options tomorrow? Should I get it now? I mean, in November, the stock ran pretty hard on Friday. There was entry opportunities, but it ran. So be warned. That could happen again. Whenever you're looking at a stock and you're like, fuck, this has dropped or ripped a lot, I think it's going to keep going. That instinct, think about playing the other side of it. So when you feel that instinct to chase, think about the other direction the stock could move. Because you've probably identified a very good entry for the opposing position. The SQQQ theoretically go up to 10,000 per share? No. It used to be able to. It's not inversing yourself, it's inversing that psychology. Training yourself to not look at those as entries. What did I do? And it's over. $5 down on the day. Thank God everyone in here watching expected this. You'd probably lose value buying back in. Join us tomorrow for what may just be another flat, kind of below max pain day here at Pickle Financial. I'm your host, Gherk, and I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. And now, a word from our sponsors.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult.
Rico!
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog. Not an advisor. Frigulon.